from all around Europe and from Lebanon too. So we are so happy that you are here after this Lebanon mission. Yeah, and of course, it is important today to welcome to this new edition of our political assembly. As Secretary General of the EPP, I'm honored to chair today's session and to open what promised to be a meaningful and forward-looking dialogue among our political family. First of all, I'm glad to see you all in Vilnius, and thank you to our Lithuanian member party, TSLKD, President Kasčiūnas, and all the staff of your party for co-hosting this political assembly. Thank you to our former Prime Minister. We have a busy agenda with a focus on security and defense. Europe is facing a new reality, a blue-red line between stability and threat, between deterrence and provocation. There are no tanks in the streets, but there is the buzz of drones in the skies. There are no open trenches, but there are invisible borders where a hybrid war is being waged. As you can see today, more than ever, our unity and shared values are the foundation of our strength. Let us use this assembly to reaffirm our commitment to a strong, democratic, and resilient Europe. But before listening to the special interventions and the discussions in the two panels this afternoon, let me first to go to the first point, to approve the agenda. So I'm just asking to all of you, any remarks to adopt the agenda of today and tomorrow? No remarks. Perfect. So it's approved. Then let's go to the second point, adoption of the minutes of the Political Assembly on 3 and 4th of June. Now let's proceed to approve it. Any remarks on that? Nobody? Okay, perfect. The minutes are adopted. So now it is the time of the interventions to hear our President, Manfred Weber. I will now give the floor to him, whose leadership and strategic foresight guide our political direction. And for us, as a EPP, it is very, very important today to be here with all of you, because we are suffering so much, and this political assembly for President Manfred, it is very important to do it here. So you have the floor, President. You are inviting here in the...
Dear Larinas, dear Ingrida, dear Dolores, dear friends, a very warm welcome here in Vilnius. It's great to have you in the Political Assembly today here in Lithuania. I have to say that we continue the tradition. It's meanwhile already a tradition of having from time to time external political assemblies, not only taking place in Brussels, but really going to the voters, going to the ground, to our member parties. You remember we were in Lisbon, we had in Helsinki a meeting, we had in Valletta in Malta a meeting, and today we are in the Baltic countries in Lithuania. To be here is great for us, and I was informed that this is the first political assembly ever taking place in a Baltic country, so it's quite a good start to be here. So warm welcome to all of you. And why are we here? Especially in Vilnius, in Lithuania. You know, Lithuania, the country, is for all of us a symbol of freedom and democracy. You are celebrating here in Lithuania 2 Independence Day. That gives a good idea about the long continued fight for freedom in this country. And finally, you can now enjoy, as full member, as respected member in the European family, these ideas of freedom and of democracy, and can really be proud about this. Also, our party here, that is the second reason why we are here in Lithuania, is a strong party inside of our EPP family. So Homeland Union is a strong pillar, Larinas, I want to thank you, first of all, as new elected president of our homeland union here in Lithuania, for your commitment. When we had our first talk after your election, we know each other since a long period of time, but after your election, then you confirmed again that homeland union will be a strong partner inside of EPP family. And I also see next to you Ingrida sitting there, as former prime minister, also loyal and strong contributor to our EPP values. And when I broaden the perspective, having our team on European level in mind, in the parliament, with Raza as delegation leader, Sandra and others, and also with the idea of Andrius Kubilius as commissioner, dealing in this moment of time with extremely important issues about the future defense pillar of the European Union, we see that homeland union is such a powerful and strong pillar inside of EPP families. That's why thank you for hosting us here in Vilnius today. Dear colleagues, in my contribution today, in my starting remarks, the question is in the room, what is at stake for us as European People's Party? Where are we in this moment of time? And being here in Lithuania, the starting point is one of our key promises of Bucharest. You remember our party congress before the European elections, when we voted on our lead candidate, Ursula von der Leyen, but also on our program, our programmatic profile, what we promised to the Europeans as EPP party. And one of the key promises in Bucharest was to build up the defense pillar we need so urgently. Having the Russian threat in mind, it is now the moment to do it. And we did a lot. Again, Andrius, the first commissioner responsible for defense ever in history of the European Union. The SAFE program with 150 billion, the first time European money is there with a relevant amount of money, 150 billion in the SAFE program. We have established now and work finally on the EPP program, procurement on European level, which makes things cheaper and more efficient for all of us. And last week there was in Copenhagen an informal council meeting where the European leaders first time agreed to consider European joint investments. So it is about the question of the drones shield, which is currently now being discussed. Dear friends, next week there will be the official council meeting in Brussels. So the place where decisions have to be made. And we as EPP are clear, we support the initiatives from the European level now to strengthen the European pillar of defense, a clear defense plan with clearly defined milestones for the European Union, not a general promise for the future, but clear milestones about what we have to do. And we also support as EPP the idea of joint investments, the drones shield, but I would even go further. Cyber defense, dear friends, is a top issue for us. And do not underestimate, cyber is not an issue east-west, north-south. It's an issue for all of us. We had cyber attacks in Ireland. We had cyber attacks in my country, in Germany, about airports, for example. So that is the reality. Putin is testing us there every time. That's why it makes sense to do it together as Europeans, to build up a cyber brigade to defend ourselves. And a third project, just to make it clear what is at stake, is that we need also our own independence in the sky. Andrius is also preparing their initiatives, a sky surveillance system, that we have our own independent data. You know, data are key for everything. We see it in the Ukraine war, and we are relying on the partnership to America. We want to have a strong transatlantic cooperation, but at the end, dear friends, we must become sovereign as Europeans, independent as Europeans. That is what people's expecting from us. And I may say it the other way around. We promised now 3.5% expenditures for defense in Europe, the NATO countries especially. Dear friends, if we do so until 2030, then we are ending up in a total amount of 750 billion euros expenditures inside of the European Union for defense. That's a lot of money. That's equal to what America is spending on defense. And if we spend equal amount of money for defense, then we all, as taxpayers inside of the European Union, expect that our military services are at least equally effective than the American troops are. So that is what we can expect. and people in Europe know that they can count on EPP. We are leading this with Ursula, with Andrius, and with our friends on the national level. Dear friends, that is the starting point for our discussion on content. The steps have to be made now, and there is no better place to discuss these issues as here in the Baltic region, here in Lithuania. A place where we can already see today, in a way, the growth of European defense, how we can look in the future. I personally have to say that having the horror in mind which German Nazi troops brought through Europe, having this horror in mind, it's also for me as a German citizen a good thing to see that today German troops are here in Lithuania welcomed and giving a clear indication that Germany, but also other countries in Europe, you know, in the Polish attacks it was Italian troops who helped our Polish friends. In the Estonian attack, it was also Dutch troops who helped to defend. So that we do this together, dear colleagues, we can here see in the Baltic country how the future defense pillar will look like, and we as EPP can be proud about this. I want to, let me say, add another important issue in this moment of time, because next to the defense pillar, we have to re-strengthen the debate about enlargement. Thanks God, we have now a peace treaty in Gaza and Israel, so that we have in the Mediterranean a little bit a better perspective about the peaceful development. The Commission, under the lead of Dubravka Šuica, presented this week our Mediterranean plan, that we also care about the South, and that is a good plan to deal with this. I want to say that with this peace, hope of peace and chance of peace in the Gaza Strip with the Palestinian and Israel conflict, there is hopefully the chance that we can refocus again to the east, because let's be honest, in the last years, in the last month, the main development, the main focus was globally on the conflict in the Middle East. Now, hopefully, we can readdress things to the east of Europe, because there is our biggest threat still on the table. And that means we have to care about the countries on our eastern flank of the European Union much more than we did in the past. I want to show respect to our Moldovan friends, because the outcome of the Moldovan parliamentary elections are a big success for Maia Sandu and are a big success for us as EPP family, dear friends. It's really fascinating, strong what they delivered in Moldova. But again, for us as European Union, I tell you, I see already that people are applauding in a way, leaders on European level, and then they say, okay, we don't have to care anymore about this because it's on a good way. You know, that emotion is there. And that's why it's not only up to the Moldavian people to deliver, to give us a clear commitment that they want to go in the direction of Europe. It's now up to the European Union to deliver the promises we gave. And that's why we cannot anymore postpone and postpone and postpone. You know, this mandate must be a mandate of enlargement. We must keep our promises as Europeans. And I see so many friends in the room, in the all region. You know, we mainly care in this moment of time about the situation in Belarus. We are close here in the border to Belarus. We have the situation in Georgia. We spoke already on the corridor about the situation. I thank you for the initiative also to put it on the agenda tomorrow with your resolution text for Georgia. Your fight for a pro-European development is in a difficult moment, is in a difficult phase. So that's why please be assured that we are on your side. And we also have the other countries in the region in mind. Armenia, we have the whole Western Balkan perspective obviously on the table. And first of all, Ukraine. I see Petro Poroshenko again in front of me. Mr. President, good to have you. You know we are on the side of Ukraine and we will always defend our friends there. Dear colleagues, allow me just to broaden a little bit the perspective. Next to this main pillar of our discussion here in Vilnius, in Lithuania, we have obviously thousands of other issues ongoing, which are also for our continent, for us as EPP family, important, are based on our Bucharest Manifesto. My Bible, if I may say so, because we gave the Europeans the assurance that when we vote for a party manifesto then the winning party, and we are the winning party, will deliver afterwards. So this kind of credibility, this signal of you can trust in EPP is extremely important in today's politics. I just want to mention 2 points. One is about migration, because still this is a big issue for a lot of countries in the European Union and for our member parties in the EPP family. And we have on the table currently a return regulation and also a safe third country concept. I see Deborah in front of me. You know, Italy did a great job in helping us to reduce the figures in the Mediterranean by 80%, in the Western Balkan route by 80% reduction. So Italy, Antonio Tajani, Deborah, you are delivering with Tunisia, and also Kyriakos is delivering with Turkey. That is really paying out, and we are good there. We are really strong there, and we do our job. But still 2 regulations are not yet finalized. Again, return regulation, that those who are illegally here, after an official procedure, illegally here, have to leave. And also the safe third country. I just want to mention the agreement also with Albania, also with other countries where we have to send people back home if they are illegally here. And just that you know this, socialists are not yet up to the task to deliver on these points. We don't have in the European Parliament currently a possibility to talk with socialists reasonably on this. I just want to give you one impression. When in July the Danish Prime Minister Frederiksen was in the plenary of the European Parliament, because we have the Danish presidency now currently, she was in the parliament and she was appealing to her own political group, to the socialists, please be reasonable on migration, otherwise socialists will not have a good future. And that's really strategically a key problem for us, that parts of the socialists are behaving ideologically and not reasonably on the content. And in the areas where they are driven by ideological approach, you know, we see they play politically no role. And that's a big challenge for us. And the second point I want to mention is all the economic issues, the competitiveness, because that was the third big promise we gave to Europeans, that we must restart the European economic engine based on the Draghi report. I can tell you that we did remarkable progress on deregulation, on less bureaucracy, CSDDD for the experts in the room, so supply chain regulation, a lot of problems for our business, for our companies. And we do a lot for our farmers, for the defense field, for environmental issues, for the digital field, to lower the burden on the bureaucratic requirements. We have a strong debate about MFF currently going on, where we as EPP Farmers' Party and Mayor's Party are defending the interests of these 2 sectors. We have a huge debate about climate. The Polish friends know best, because Donald Tusk is putting the question on the table, can we really continue on the climate policy as nothing has happened, because America is not anymore following the Paris Agreement. The rest of the world is having doubts. The Chinese promises were less ambitious than we were expecting them to be. So can we reconsider then our approach? And you know, from an EPP point of view, we are ambitious, but we are pragmatic and realistic. That's why we fight hard for a reasonable approach to nuclear, to the combustion engine question, which is for the car industry all over Europe a huge issue, and also for our farmers. And we insist in single market that is really creating growth, and in an open trade policy, because if Trump is getting more difficult for us to have trade with America, we learned in Scotland the outcome of the 50% tariff approach towards America. We defend this agreement. It's not perfect, but it's the best what we can get in this moment of time with this administration. But if we don't like this kind of tariffs, then it's a moment, I have to say it again, we have to be open for Mercosur. We have to then agree with other agreements, like with South America. They offer us a trade agreement with 0 tariffs for our products from Europe being then traded to South America. That is in a way the economic box we have on the table. And again, for all of you, please use the arguments also at home in your national debates, that we are delivering on our key promises of Bucharest, defense, security, then on migration and on the question of competitiveness. And finally, allow me to flag what is happening inside of our family of the party. 4 months after Valencia, I want to thank again all of you for being there, for contributing there. It was a moment where we celebrated our strengths, and we also immediately moved into the thinking of this means huge responsibility for our continent to be the leading party of Europe. I want to thank again Partido Popular, Alberto Nuno Feijó, for welcoming us, hosting us in Valencia. It was a great congress for us to be there. And the presidency started after being elected by you, by the party members. We immediately started to work afterwards. We distributed the tasks among the vice presidents. We also described already the first jobs and the first task for them. We established working groups on specific issues. We discuss them tomorrow. We had a trip to Lebanon. We have a heavy program for 26 already established. For example, we will, as party, celebrate our birthday. So a good moment for us as EPP. And we also implemented already the first steps towards our party reform, voted in Valencia. And there was also already an international secretary meeting in Barcelona, organized by our new Secretary General. And I don't see her now in the room, but I have to say that I'm so happy to have Dolores Montserrat, the first female Secretary General of the European People's Party ever. And that's why, Dolores, thank you so much for all your work already in the first few weeks and months in your office. I am really happy, and I thank you for all your efforts. And I also want to thank our staff. We have a great team in the headquarters doing an incredible job, also organizing such an event like the Political Assembly, being in touch with our associations, try to be as helpful as possible. And there we have as new Chief of Staff, Tom van den Kendelare. I also want to thank Tom for his great work. Thank you, Tom, for your efforts and for your work. So you see, we are in the moment of delivering, and that helps hopefully for giving a proper answer. And let me end with a more general consideration, focusing on the latest elections in Europe. Romania, with a few votes, the pro-European candidate won. Poland, with a few votes, Rafał Trzaskowski lost. We are not successful. When we see in Czech Republic, Babiš back, I thank our colleagues in Czech Republic because they did an incredible job to stand for a pro-European, pro-rule of law-based approach and really did a great job there. We have now in front of us the elections in the Netherlands, where Henry Bottenpaal is doing a great job as lead candidate. CDA is back in the polls. We have a good chance that he can become Prime Minister of the Netherlands, so a real chance for us. So when we see the political landscape all over Europe, dear friends, it's moving. It's not an easy challenge, but also is full of opportunities for us as European People's Party, inside of the European Union and outside of the European Union. And that's why to be responsible for keeping a right track, a right approach for EPP, for the European Union, is our job as pro-Europe, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law. Our key elements which we defined over the last years. And people can count on us. The European People's Party is credible. We will deliver. Welcome in Vilnius.
Thank you so much, President, for your strong speech, clear message, and the pragmatic initiatives, the ones that the European citizens, they need, because we are the bigger party, because we have the real solutions for all the European citizens. So thank you so much, Manfred. Now it's the time for our party here in Vilnius, in Lithuania. Our president, Kasčiūnas, a key voice from Lithuania and a committed advocate for European values and security. And how said Manfred, it is the first time that EPP, it is here, the political assembly, but it's not going to be the only one. We will come back, sure, in the future, because now our heart, it is with the Baltic countries, because you are suffering so much, so all Europe is with you. So you have the floor. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you so much for so warm words. So, dear Manfred, dear President, Madam Minister, Ingrida, dear friends, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, European People's Party family. First of all, welcome to Vilnius, the proud and free capital of Lithuania, standing on NATO's and EU eastern flank. It is an honor to host you here, not just for ceremony or formalities, but for the substance, for strategy, for solidarity, and for action. For us Lithuanians, freedom has never been an abstract word. We have felt the chill of occupation, the weight of intimidation, and the price of independence. That is why we know that liberty is never guaranteed. It must be defended generation after generation. Today I extend a special greetings to friends from Georgia and to the delegations from the free and fighting Ukraine. President, very happy to have you here. Thank you. Your presence here moves us deeply. You remind us that courage still matters in Europe. You remind us that history is being written not only in capitals, but on the battlefields. And that this war in Ukraine is not only about Ukraine's survival, it is about the future of Europe itself. Ukraine is paying the ultimate price to resist Russia's invasion. Its sons and daughters are fighting and dying for the right to live in freedom. We honor their sacrifice. Many times we have said that Ukraine fights not only for itself, it fights for Europe, for our shared values, for the idea that borders cannot be changed by force, for the principle that tyranny will not prevail on this continent. And here in the Baltic region, this is not just a slogan, it is our reality. Ukraine's resistance weakens the Russian war machine, diverts its forces, and buys for us time to prepare, to strengthen, and to deter. But make no mistake, this war is not far away. It is here. Russian drones have violated Polish and Lithuanian airspace. Russian military intelligence has organized terrorist acts on our soil, from the arson of IKEA shopping center in Vilnius to attempted attacks on cargo planes departing from Lithuania. These are not random provocations. This is a deliberate strategy to intimidate us, to test us, and to remind how close the threat is. Just an hour's drive from here, the free world ends and another world begins. Nor we can avert our eyes from Georgia. A government increasingly captured by Kremlin influence has dragged the country off its Euro-Atlantic course through foreign agents' laws, pressure on civil society, and the erosion of checks and balances. Yet the Georgian people have not accepted this fate. Week after week, they fill the streets with Georgian and EU flags, insisting on European future. Our message is clear. Georgia's place is in the Euro-Atlantic family when it chooses the path of freedom, and we stand with those who keep that choice alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen remarkable efforts by European governments to preserve the transatlantic bond, to remain united, and to prevent Russia from dividing us. Washington and Europe continue to stand shoulder to shoulder. This is vital. But we must also be honest with ourselves. The unity is not a guarantee. It is an opportunity. It buys time, but not victory. Europe must become a real power in the world. What will not happen if we cannot defend ourselves. In the past 3 years, Europe has done more to strengthen its defense than in the 3 decades since the fall of the Berlin Wall. NATO has adopted new regional defense plans to protect every inch of our territory. Defense budgets are finally rising, but remains a dangerous gap between plans on paper and power on the ground. And we must close that gap. This requires a strategic shift in mindset from reaction to ownership. Russia's imperial ambitions are not a passing phenomenon. They are deeply rooted part of its political identity. This is not about one man or one regime. This is about a political culture that has long seen aggression as a tool of statecraft. Today, Russia fuels a war economy, combining conventional forces with hybrid tools such as disinformation, electronic warfare, sabotage, proxy militias, and a relentless probing of our borders and skies. Ukraine is where this machine is being worn down, but this will only last if we sustain our support. Financially, militarily, politically, Ukraine's victory is Europe's security. Our regular armies alone are not enough. Defense must be the responsibility of our societies as a whole. We need deeper reserves, renewed or expanded conscription, civil defense structures that can withstand hybrid attacks, and public mindset that embraces readiness, not denial. Freedom is defended not only by armies, but by nations. Europe must build, not just buy. We need more factories, faster procurement, common standards, guaranteed contracts, and truly sovereign defense industrial base. A surge in spending must translate into the tangible capabilities: ammunition, air defense, electronic warfare, artificial intelligence-enabled systems. Autonomy drones, artificial intelligence, and electronic warfare are already reshaping the battlefield. Repeated drone incursions have exposed gaps in our defenses. Lithuania has championed the concept of a drone wall, a multi-layered architecture of sensors, unmanned systems, and rapid response. And this is not a science fiction. This is an urgent necessity. This must evolve into a broader NATO initiative, a European drone defensive shield to protect our skies and borders. Here, please, you can see Lithuanian production. It's a kamikaze drone, loitering munition, which already we can produce here in Lithuania. Ladies and gentlemen, analysis isn't enough. It's time to act. Align defense planning with industrial policy. Fund critical projects. Build factories in Europe and secure supply lines. Standardize training and strengthen reserves. Deliver a joint EU-NATO tech roadmap, prioritizing and developing new technologies like artificial intelligence, counter-drone systems. Harden critical infrastructure like energy grids, ports. Modernize laws for immediate response to hostile incursions. And build information resilience against disinformation and hybrid threats. Security is not only about armies and weapons. It is also about borders. When the Belarus regime in 2021 weaponized migration against Lithuania, we responded decisively. We built a physical barrier, deployed advanced surveillance, and introduced strict measures to stop coercion. It was not easy, but we proved that Europe's external borders can be defended. Today, migration control has become a shared European task. That began as a Lithuanian crisis became a European lesson. From action, firm action can uphold both security and dignity. The next step is fortifying this border, a layered defense line combining obstacles and earthworks with sensors, protected positions, and rapid response nodes, so that any hostile incursion meets delay, detection, and decisive response. I want separately to welcome German leadership in Europe and encourage it. In Lithuania, we warmly welcome the leadership of Germany, our strategic ally. The planned deployment of a German brigade to Lithuania is progressing smoothly. This is not just military cooperation. It is a cornerstone of a deeper long-term strategic partnership. It is also an example of forward defense, placing capable combat-ready forces where they are most needed. By standing together on NATO's front line, we move from reassurance to deterrence by denial, and signal to any aggressor that escalation would fail from the first hour. Let us be frank. Europe will not be a true global power if it continues to trail behind the United States and China in technological innovation. Artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, advanced materials, autonomous systems are not future concerns. They are the battlefield of power today. Europe must not simply participate in this race, it must lead. Our technological strength will determine not only our economic future, but also our ability to defend our freedom. Europe has awoken. As the largest political family in Europe, the European People's Party must lead this transformation from words to power, from plans to real capabilities. We must be a driving force that ensures real commitments, not recycled promises, streamlined procurement across borders, genuine interoperability of our forces, and a political will that matches the scale of a threat. This is not a call for militarization. It is a call for credible deterrence to make any aggression against Europe irrational and prohibitively costly, strengthening our defense in the surest way to preserve peace. Lithuania has shown that even a small nation can act decisively, can lead, and can set example. Now, as Europeans, we must scale up that lesson. From Vilnius on eastern flank, I urge you to treat defense for what it truly is, not just a policy area, but a matter of survival, sovereignty, and the future of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this realistic speech. And I would like that all European citizens can listen, because sometimes the European citizens that they are living far away from the east-north border, they feel that, you know, it's far away and this is not happening to us. So thank you very much for this strong speech. And this is the reason that the Political Assembly is here, to give this voice, and this voice we need to arrive in all the corner in all Europe. So thank you very much. Now I'm giving the floor to the former Prime Minister of Lithuania, Šimonytė, whose leadership during turbulent times has been an example for all of us. So thank you very much to be here with us.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's so good and refreshing to be here with you, fellow members of EPP family, a community of similar-minded, a safe place in a world which becomes more dangerous and maddening by an hour. I'm happy that today we gathered in my hometown, Vilnius, and not just my hometown, but my constituency, Antakalnis, a place where I lived for 35 years out of my 50, to discuss how to better address these dangers and threats, how to make sure that our common home, Europe, remains a safe place for generations to come. I believe the EU is heading in the right direction and has already come a long way. As recently as 5 years ago, in a similar setting, some of us would argue that Russia was a threat with an ever-growing appetite for aggression, yet many would leave the room unconvinced. Today, all our eyes are wide open and we see Russia for what it is, the most direct and imminent threat for Europe's security. All of us are investing much more in our individual and mutual security and defense. We no longer tread lightly on hybrid aggression or acts of sabotage. We see much more clearly who and why is behind them. we could, or at least substantially reduced our dependencies on Russia, taking away one of aggressor's favorite tools for political blackmail. We begin to understand that other foes might use our dependencies the same way. We have provided and continue providing more support to Ukraine than we initially thought we could, crossing one self-imposed red line after another, dispelling fears that our resources might have been exhausted. We have revived the project of EU enlargement at a record speed, when extraordinary time called for extraordinary political will and leadership. Europe had found this leadership in Ursula and Roberta and Manfred. I sleep a little better knowing that they remain at the steering wheels of the European Commission and the European Parliament. Europe has its first defense commissioner, a new role which seemed unthinkable just a few years ago. And of all people, Anders is the one who will bang his head against any wall, fully convinced that it is the wall which will break, and breaking will. We are finally witnessing a much-needed German resolve in support of Ukraine and in strengthening European defense with Chancellor Merkel's leadership. Yes, we've come a long way, and we're not stopping. Yet, while we have done and continue doing much more to enhance our security and defense than seemed conceivable just a few years ago, our security situation is not improving, perhaps even worsening. Russia's war against Ukraine shows no sign of stopping. Russia's aggression against the rest of us in the West becomes more and more blatant. And while our defense holds the test so far, our deterrence is clearly failing. The new axis of evil becomes more united and stronger. And in the face of growing and more imminent danger, instead of mobilizing and uniting, our societies in Europe and beyond become even more divided, giving way to rise of political populism and extremism, both right and left, which threaten to reverse any progress we have achieved. Just recently, in a week's time, we witnessed yet another miraculous victory of the European future in Moldova and the results of parliamentary elections in Czechia. The contrast could not be more striking. Of Moldova, in its dire economic and security situation, withstanding an enormous pressure and malign influence from Russia, while Czechia, a successful EU and NATO country, succumbing to populism, to put it mildly. The only explanation I can find, and the more I think, the more credible it seems, is that the key factor of success is a sense of urgency. A deep-felt understanding that the decisive moment in history, one in which the very survival of a nation is hanging by a thread, is now. Not tomorrow, not in 5 years' time, or any other remote and hereby, maybe avoidable moment in time. Only the sense of ultimate urgency and understanding that literally everything is at stake erases the red lines in politicians' minds and mobilizes people to act. This is why Ukraine had not and could not have fallen, not in 3 days, not in 3 months, not in 3 years. This sense of ultimate urgency leads to decisions, individual and collective, which makes all the difference between muddling through and turning tables, between Munich and the D-Day or the battle for Britain. And I am afraid that this sense of ultimate urgency is what we in the EU and its individual member states, my own country including, still lack, or have already lost after a brief moment of enlightenment in February 2022. You have probably heard the protest in Lithuania against the inclusion of a populist party led by anti-Semitic politician in the ruling coalition, and most recently handing over the Ministry of Culture to this party. One of the leaders of this grassroots protest is Karolis Kaupinis, a young film director, and my brother in arms at the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union. Remember this name. His art, just like his thoughts, which luckily are reaching growing audiences, are a much-needed ray of light and clarity in an otherwise gloomy and confused world. In one of his first speeches at a protest this summer, Karolis referred to a French movie, Learn, Hatred. One of the movie characters tries to explain his state of mind by comparing it to that of a man falling from a 50-story building. He knows just as well as we do what will happen when he reaches the ground. But before he does, as he passes each story, he keeps telling himself, it's not that bad. Nothing really happened. So far, so good. This is our current state, a free fall, Karolis said. A state in which we might be unable to clearly articulate now how, if at all, our situation is worsening as we pass each story down and hence refuse to believe that the fatal outcome is inevitable. At the time, people were protesting against now former Prime Minister Paluckas, clinging to his office amid mounting evidence of illicit businesses and political dealings. And Karolis Kaupinis was speaking about the erosion of political standards and now a growing tolerance to it in domestic politics and civil society. But the more I think about it, the more I believe that this is a metaphor of a free fall, explains just as well why we failed to stop Russia's war against Ukraine and the deterioration of our own security environment. Ukraine has not fallen. It is losing lives, military and civilians, every day, but its spirit is not broken. Our military aid is nowhere close to being sufficient to turn tables on the battlefield, but Russia's territory gains and its military might are laughable in comparison to its ambition. Nearly 4 years into a full-scale war in Ukraine, but the World War III we feared of us has not started yet. Russia jets and drones are violating our airspace every other day, but so far, only in numbers we can escort away. We already have done it, and we will down those that pose a real threat if need may be. Yeah, it's disproportionately expensive, but that much we can do. Chances are these NATO airspace breaches are not intentional. And either way, it is nothing compared to the hundreds of drones and missiles flying into Ukraine almost every night. Yes, our civilian aviation is being disrupted, but it is just an inconvenience we can work around and adapt to. After all, this is nothing compared to real war Ukrainians live in every day. If Russia does anything stupid, our response will be lethal, and even more lethal if this happens in a year, in 2 years, in 5. We could impose more painful sanctions, but if we use all our cards now, we might have none left in the next round. We could seize Russian frozen and immobilized assets. In a little over 3 years, we have come up with a mechanism how to do it. But maybe it is not yet the time for such extraordinary measures. Within our own union, we have members who sabotage our swift action and undermine our consensus. But so far, we managed to find ways to buy them out. We lose time in the process, but stripping them of the voting rights should really be the last resort. Their numbers are growing, but the hearts and minds of majority are still in the right place. Ukraine spent 37% of its GDP on defense in 2023. We only need to spend 5%. It is doable. And it will be easier on our public debt and people and approval ratings if we get there gradually. We are getting there, just not this year. Armies of bots and trolls are pouring into our virtual life, together with TikToks nearly electing us presidents and parliaments. But so far, only nearly. Nothing bad really happened. They still managed to deal with it in Romania, ain't it? All this is true. Our eyes are wide open. We are wiser. We are doing better. The feeling of the free fall is a bit inconvenient, but we are getting used to it. What we were afraid of on 24 February 2022, the following spring, even this January, did not materialize. So far, so good. When we face the sky, the ground is not even visible. I'm sure you sense my bitter irony and even sarcasm in those recent words. What I'm trying to say is that unlike the falling man in a movie, we have a parachute. A number of measures we understand we might need to take, just maybe not yet. The thing about parachutes, though, is that they are no good if we open them too late. And this is why adjusting to the feeling of free fall is so dangerous. So my main message is, let us not miss the moment. The time is now. Thank you. And since I'm the last speaker, I have to make an announcement that nobody would feel insulted if some of us from national parliament will have to leave the room at 3:30 because we have a very important vote in the parliament. So some of us will have to get back to the parliament and push a button. So please, please don't feel offended in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former Prime Minister. Now we have a little time until 3:40 to questions in these first interventions. But before, I would like to give the floor to the former President of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, on the situation in Ukraine. Yeah.
Dear Manfred, dear Mr. President, dear Madam Prime Minister, dear long-term friend of mine and friend of Ukraine, you cannot imagine how happy I am here, not only among friends, but among family members. I want to thank you that you are really the founder of the new Ukraine, European, Euro-Atlantic, democratic, with an absolutely great European future. For me, it is extremely important to be here in Vilnius. Manfred said absolutely right. That's a real big event for Lithuania as an EPP assembly. And what I'm dreaming, Manfred, that one day, hopefully, keep my fingers crossed, sooner, I can invite as a party leader of European solidarity for the European Political Party, People Party Assembly in Kiev. Sooner would be better. Why Vilnius and Lithuania is so important for us? We today remember that main events of the Revolution of Dignity in the year 2013 starting here. And many of you were participants. Here in Vilnius, we expected that the association agreement with Ukraine between the European Union should be signed here. I even remember the date, 28th of November 2013. And I was here and demanding from Yanukovych, please sign, together with the hundreds of Ukrainian students, especially come. When Yanukovych refused, we launched Revolution of Dignity on Ukrainian Maidan. Another important thing which you maybe don't know, that the first symbolic lethal weapons, me as a Ukrainian president who was elected in the year 2014, received symbolically from Lithuania. Yes, it was just 100 machine gun, but that was a leadership. You, Lithuania, demonstrate to pay very serious attention to Ukrainian future, and I am very much proud that in June year 2014 I signed up in Brussels the association agreement with a pen with the name Vilnius 2013, which were especially prepared for that. We all the time remember that. The same unity, the same leadership, And the same solidarity we now need to demonstrate. I really think that I feel extremely comfortable in the European People Party. Non-populistic, reliable, responsible, decisiveness. It seems to me, I am a Democrat, but there is no any alternative to European People's Party. And I definitely pray that we win not only the war with Russia, but also the war with the populism, the war for democracy. And the only political force who can win this war is European People's Party. We definitely confident that Ukraine many times demonstrate and surprise the world. We surprised the world in the year 2014 when without money, without army, without any strong position, we stop Russia, we sign Minsk agreement, we developed the economy and we launched the reforms. Significant part of the reform which was provided by my party was initiated together with you on the platform of European People Party. Congratulations. And that was starting from building up Ukrainian armed forces and finishing with the decentralization reform. Starting with the creating of the national independent anti-corruption infrastructure and finishing with the procurement reform. That success helped me or allowed me to say that you are together father-founder of Ukraine. Now, it is extremely difficult. When I live in Ukraine to go to Visby, EPP events, Parliamentary Assembly of NATO in Vilnius, it was one of the most severe attacks of Russian missile, of Russian attack drones, delivering the victim among civilians, and critical situation on the energy infrastructure. We learned for the 3.5 years how to live, not to survive, but to live under condition of Russian ballistic missile. And that surprised Putin, because he thinks like that. Russian troops goes, everybody raise hands. Russian missiles goes, no. Mathematically, we have no chance to survive. But war is not about the mathematics. War about combat spirit. And I want to congratulate combat spirit of Lithuania, combat spirit of the EPP party, and combat spirit of Europe, most of the nation, which we demonstrate and think democracy will win. And paradoxically, but Putin helped us to do. Do you know how many % of Ukrainians support Euro-Atlantic integration, NATO integration, when I was elected as a president? You would be surprised. 16, 1-6. Do you know how many % of Ukrainians support Euro-Atlantic integration when I finished my presidential term? 84. And I think no any other nation in the world go within 5 years distance from 16 to 84. Do you know how much Ukrainians support European integration of Ukraine to European Union? Now, 91. And I'm pretended to be that we are one of the most Euro-optimistic nations, at least in the continent. That's why it's so important to keep the door of European Union open for us. And despite I'm the leader of the opposition, leader of the second biggest parliamentary fraction in the European Parliament, I said we need to open cluster for negotiation immediately. Not pay attention to Hungary, any other skeptic nation, because this is not a Hungarian position. This is position of Putin. And never we should give the Putin right to have a veto right, neither in the European Union, no to NATO. And by the way, we should not give any other nation any veto to European Union. European Union should be sovereign, responsible, including responsibility for their own security. And we, Ukrainians, are ready to actively participate in this process. We are ready to send to each of your government military advisor, combat general, who has a unique experience how to fight now with Russia, what kind of weapons, what kind of strategy, what kind of technology, and what is the most efficient usage of the money for defense industry. We, Ukrainians, want to help you to switch the economy and the military rail. You, Madam Prime Minister, rightly said that Ukraine spent 37% of our economy on the military budget. But I just want to remind that Russia spent more than 40% of their big budget. And we cannot survive with just a 5% military expenditure or even more. The request of the Baltic, Scandinavian, Germany was just to give us 0.5%, 0.5% for the Ukrainian military industry. That would be responsible behavior, including using the money of the Russian freezing assets. In that sphere, we also should be more decisive. Because war is already here. I cannot imagine, and I want to thank European Parliament for the great resolution you said about the report of year 2023-2024, and mentioning in this resolution not only democratic demands, but also name of the Parubi. Manfred, I want to thank you for the special letter you sent to the family. But Parubi, he is a friend of mine for 25, 30 years. He is my assistant. He was former leader of the Revolution of Dignity, but he was former Secretary of National Security and Defense Council under my presidency and former Speaker of the Parliament. And with that situation, he is co-author of the reform together with me. And when I see he was killed by killer organized by Russia, and Ukraine now presented the full evidence of that, I was shocked when I listened in on the court, when killer, asked the question, why he killed Parubi? He is not in the government anymore. We hear in the answer. Because he was in Lviv, and killer, do not find out Poroshenko. If he has a Poroshenko, he will definitely kill. And this is instruction from Putin, and this is just a demonstration that Putin afraid us, and we do not afraid him. And we should act exactly like that in future. Yes, we need weapons and ammunition. And we launch joint production. Thank you very much indeed for that. And thank you for the support of the Commissioner Kubilius. He did an absolutely great job on that. Yes, we need drones, missile, and anti-drone system. We know how to produce it, and we have a unique and positive experience on the battlefield. Yes, we need air defense. Not previous, future, modern, and effective. Yes, we need shield and power grid and protect and to diversify and decentralize our energy system. We know how to do that. Yes, we need a sanction from the hell. And first of all, I very much appreciate the European Commission, European Parliament, European Council for the decisive Council sanction policy, but congratulate that we learn how to live without Russian gas. Congratulate that we will learn how to live without Russian oil and Russian nuclear energy, including the Druzhba pipeline, delivering the Russian oil to Europe, to Hungary and to Slovakia through the Ukrainian territory. We should learn how to live without that. And my dear family members, my dear friends, we should learn how to live without Russia. That is, when we talk about the wall of the drones, anti-drone technology, fortification, we should pay very serious attention to that. And this is hard security guarantee. And another thing we need is a soft security guarantee. Soft security guarantee, this is about democracy. This is about parliamentary diplomacy, lifting out the travel ban for the member of parliament from Ukraine, because we are the diplomat who should protect Ukrainian dialogue with the partners. Parliamentary unity and unity in the country. Our enemy is Putin, not Zelensky for Poroshenko and not Poroshenko for Zelensky. We should be united. And I want to thank EPP for their strong support in this idea. We want to have an independence of the anti-corruption infrastructure. Because I hate the idea when the Ukrainian people, 80% of Ukrainians think that corruption is even bigger problem than the Putin aggression. And such a shame when European Solidarity was the only political party who voted against attack on the independence of the anti-corruption infrastructure. We need definitely to be members of European Union. Without European Union, situation cannot be saved. It would be not the situation when we never return back to the Russian influence. And we need to be a NATO member state, no matter who would be in the NATO, in Washington or in Paris or in some other nation. We need, because without Ukrainian membership in NATO, it cannot be a sustainable security situation on the continent. Because, believe me, simply not exist any other form of security guarantee than NATO. No bilateral security guarantee working, because this is bilateral security guarantee is about weapons, is about money, is about defense industry, but not about security, because security is a boot on the ground. Is that if it would be aggression, soldiers from all the NATO should be shoulder to shoulder to protect the aggressor. And this is nothing about that in the bilateral security guarantee. And that's why we need to be grown up. That's why we need to be responsible. That's why we need to be anti-populistic winner. And that's why we need to win this war against Putin together. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes. So if somebody has some questions. Nobody? I think so that it was clear, all the message from all of the leaders. Nobody? Okay, so time for coffee, and we are going to be back 3:45 to start the panel. Thank you very much.
start with a video, no?
Yeah, yeah. Hello, family. Let's just start. The coffee was, long coffee. We have already all the panelists here with us. So let's take the seat. But first of all, you know that today we are, meeting at a pivotal. Come on, take the seat. But all of you, you know that this political assembly, we put the highlight with the defense and security. And it is very important what we are debating. But before we are going to start with the panel, I want to go on the video because our Prime Minister in Finland, Petteri Orpo, is giving us a speech with the video. So let's just start. No.
Dear friends, dear EPP family, it is a privilege to be able to address you all on the crucial topic of defense, despite not being able to join the political assembly this time. There couldn't be a better place to have the discussion than Vilnius. Lithuania, like Finland, is a frontline country of both NATO and the EU. Lithuanians know the challenges our common security is facing, and they understand the urgent need for action. When I assess the threat that Russia poses and the direction the world is moving on the global scale, I don't doubt that there is very much debate of the nature of the challenge that we are facing. We know that threat is Russia. We know what is at stake: freedom, sovereignty, democracy, and the Western way of life. Not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. We know what we should do: improve our defense capabilities, create independent strategic capabilities, strengthen our defense industry, increase cooperation and strengthen the European pillar of NATO. And it is not like we haven't already discussed many of these matters in the last few years. We understand the situation we are in. We have the tools to do what we are supposed to do. Dear EPP family, this brings me to the main argument. To succeed, we need more political unity and shared sense of urgency. The threat of Russia must stay on the top of the agenda. From the Finnish perspective, our over 1,300 kilometers of border with them makes it obvious. At the same time, I know that different member states have their own priority questions that should rule the agenda. For some, the southern border of the EU may seem like a more immediate threat, and I understand it. But still, we must understand that Russia threatens us all. They are destabilizing all our security. It is not only the war itself or drones flying here and there, but also hybrid actions, weaponizing migration, the shadow fleet, cable sabotage, cyber attacks, election interference. The pattern is clear, and it keeps getting worse and bolder. Dear friends, if one falls, there will be others later. This logic does not limit itself to our own defense investments and policies, but also applies to the support we are giving to Ukraine. The fight is ours, and we must continue standing by them. This is why we must keep pushing forward and strengthening our assistance. The use of Russian frozen assets is the key here. We must find a way. And at the same time, we need to remember that the main deterrent against Russian aggression is capable Ukrainian armed forces. And they need this funding. Dear friends, in my honest opinion, we are in a race against the clock. The Russians are preparing and show no signs of moving away from a war economy or ending the war they are waging in Ukraine. It is better to step up European defense and security now, not tomorrow. But it is crucial to ensure that all that we do to improve our defense and security through the EU in close cooperation with NATO will lead to increased capabilities where we are most needed, on the eastern flank, where the military threat is the most acute. This is a shared responsibility. With these words, I wish you a very successful political assembly meeting in Vilnius. Hope to see you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. And now let's start the panel. We have time until 16:50, so I think that we have time. We have 4 panelists. Rasa, it's coming because she just landed in the airport, so she will join a little bit late. So let's start with Mantas Jakimavicius. It's a complicated last name for me, but I hope that I say it at least correctly. You are the Director of Eastern Neighborhood Policy Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Lithuania. From your position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how would you describe Lithuania's evolving strategic role on NATO's eastern flank? And what diplomatic, military, and regional initiatives has Lithuania undertaken to strengthen both its national security and the collective defense posture in the region? And how probable you see the further Russian escalation? So you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for Žygimantas and for the Tėvynės Sąjunga for inviting me to this assembly and to address on this important issue. We just listened to the Prime Minister of Finland, who made a number of very good points, and indeed I can only subscribe of what needs to be done. Lots has been done already to address the threat of Russia, but you know, in our work we need to be also critical about ourselves, because if we're not critical, if we're just praising ourselves for what we did, we will not address the root cause and we might get into a trap. In Lithuania, if you ask what is the key to Lithuania's security, safety and Europe's security, you know, one might answer that it's all about Russia. But I would say that it's all about Ukraine right now, and it's all about us. We keep repeating that Russia poses the main security threat, the fundamental security threat, sometimes even we say the existential security threat to Europe, but unfortunately we do very little to really address it. And very often our response is too weak, it's too slow, and it's too undecisive. And this needs to be solved. Russia continues failing in its war of aggression against Ukraine because it's moving really very slowly at a very huge cost. But we also fail to support Ukraine well enough to defeat itself against the aggressor Russia. And my point is that we are failing actually in all the fronts. We are failing in Ukraine, we are failing in the wider region, we are failing on our territories, and we are failing in international organizations. The problem is that maybe the threat of Russia, unfortunately, is not yet internalized in many European countries as the main fundamental threat to our security. When we talk to our colleagues, it's still the perception that this war is not ours, it's the one of Ukraine, that the war is happening not just in our immediate neighborhood or even on our soil in case of hybrid attacks and different subversion operations, but it's a war that is happening somewhere far away. They're in Ukraine, far away, not touching us directly. And that that Russia is not at war with us, and that we are not at war with Russia, which we believe is not the case. The world is living in the situation that we describe 5 minutes to peace. Everyone is impatiently waiting for some kind of a ceasefire to be achieved and for some kind of a peace agreement to be reached. We are still afraid to be in a situation when Russia is defeated, and the mental shift of our thinking has not happened yet. Our baseline scenario here in Lithuania is that there will be no ceasefire and there will be no peace unless we really impose the two on Russia, and that peace is only possible through strength. As long as Ukraine is really willing to fight for its land, for its people, we shall be supporting it. We have means. What we only lack is political will and resources, money. Russia is escalating, and this is yet another sign. Escalating not only on the territory of Ukraine, escalating also on the territory of the West. And this is a sign that the things are not happening as it is expecting. And in case we're really thinking about Ukraine's victory as the ultimate end of this war of aggression, we shall be really prepared for even more escalations. So my call is to really be prepared for even more escalations and to assume even greater cost on ourselves, political but also financial. There are lots of things we have done a great job, but we could do and should do more and better. The European Peace Facility, right now, another tranche is blocked for a number of months already, 6.7 billion of euros that could be transferred to the pool initiative the very next day. Sanctions, we're now discussing the 19th sanctions package, but again, let's be critical. Number 19 is something that is difficult to understand. If we really want to challenge Russia's war economy, war machine, we shall not play with the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd package. We know what we need to stop it, but we're not doing this enough. The problem is that we started discussions on sanctions from the completely different angle. We started from the angle, how will this impact our economies? This is the wrong angle. How are we going to stop the Russia's war machine? And let's make it a killer sanctions package once and forever so that they chunk at the next moment that we impose the sanctions. The frozen assets. Again, we are concluding the 4th year of war of aggression against Ukraine. And it's only now that we are seeing some kind of progress on this particular issue. So, as Prime Minister of Finland also mentioned, the sooner we take these assets in the form of the reparation loan, etc., the better it will be for the Ukrainian defense, but also for its macroeconomic stability. Just a few points on us failing in other fronts. On our soil, Russians are escalating on our soil. I mean, they are sending dozens of drones, they're sending jets to neighboring Estonia. What we do instead of really making a decisive response to these kind of actions, we are discussing was it intentional or not. The discussion itself, I mean, is wrong. Because that means that Russia is pushing the red lines and we are actually accepting this kind of behavior. So far, we are not even able to stop the movement of Russian so-called diplomats on our soil. And this is really a disaster, I would even say, for our security. We are on the wider neighborhood. We are joyfully celebrating the victory of the Moldovan PAS party in the latest elections. But if we look deeper, I mean, this is the only pro-European party in the country. its victory. They received 50+% of the votes, but in the end, with a 50% of participation in the elections, this is only 25% of popular support for the reforms and for that political party. What is happening in Georgia and our response to the developments in Georgia is a disaster, another disaster. We are not able to really impact the situation. Instead, what we do, we're inviting Kobakhiza to the EPC summits. Armenia, another country, let's see how it goes. I mean, they are now showing the willingness to again approach the European Union and engage on the EU integration track. Very important elections are upcoming, and we will see if we really manage to help them to withstand the Russians' interference. Central Asia, the EU is engaging with them since the day one of the full-scale invasion, a new rapprochement. But when we look into how do they vote for the different UN resolutions, etc., we see a completely opposite result. And with the international organizations, regretfully that Russia is still treated as a rightful member of many of them, allowed to speak from their tribunes, invited to summits, ministerial meetings. While Ukraine is being pushed into negotiations and on giving up on its territories, there is complete silence from many of them. Crimea has become already a taboo issue, and we can do very little about this. And there are still hundreds, if not thousands, Russians working in different secretariats of the international organizations, thus also sabotaging any kind of response from their side. Final point on our side, what we do. First, this is defense spending. This year, we are just below the 5% of our defense budget. Next year, we'll be above 5%. This is not only the money, this is also by attracting different NATO allies on our soil, the German brigade, the American soldiers, the national division. Everything costs a lot of money, and we are ready to do this because this is about our security. Second point is about supporting Ukraine politically, financially, militarily. Lithuania has committed back last year to support them 0.25% of our GDP for the 10 years in the future. If all the EU and NATO allies do the same, that would be a complete breakthrough also for the Ukrainians, both in military terms and financial. Sanctions, frozen assets, these are the things that I mentioned. So for the beginning, yes, thank you.
You have been clear. I think that the president of our party here in Lithuania, he said two words that I think that define how we have to act, and it is the combat spirit. And Lithuania, it is in this combat spirit. And the former president of Ukraine said in front of all of us, thanks to Lithuania, because you are supporting all the time Ukraine. And it is incredible that next year Lithuania is going to rise 5% on the budget defense. So congratulations. And you are an example for a lot of countries far away from the northeast border. And we have to look to you. So thank you very much. Now we are going to, I think that it's link your intervention with the next one. Garvan Walsh, Research Associate in our Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies. But one of the important things it is that he's a founder of political AI startups, Article 7, Intelligence for Democrats, chair of Unhacked Democracy. I'm going to ask you some questions, but let me tell you if you can mix a little bit the questions that I'm going to ask to you about your recent papers. But I think that it would be great if today you can mix, your startup, how the artificial intelligence with this startup we can fight to, with disinformation, fake news, here in Europe that it is used by Putin to destabilize our European Union. So in one of the recent papers of Garvan, he analyzed whether Europe is truly capable of defending itself without relying heavily on the United States, given the growing uncertainty around transatlantic relations and the potential for shifting USA commitments. Could you expand on your assessment? And what gaps do you see in Europe's current defense capabilities? And what steps are most urgently needed to ensure a strategic resilience and credibility? So you have the floor. Thank you, Garvan.
Thank you very much. And I'll take these questions more or less in order. And that's why I want to start with commending the incredible performance that the Party of Action of Solidarity pulled off in the elections in Moldova against an unbelievable assault by a country with about 50 times its population that put untold resources into trying to corrupt and manipulate the election. And they failed. And they failed 3 times in a row in Moldova. They failed twice last year and once this year. And I think we can draw a number of conclusions from this that are quite important for how we deal with the non-military part of Russia's assault on Europe. Sometimes it's called hybrid war, sometimes it's called other things, but this is really a continuation of long-standing techniques of subversion that were very common in the Cold War. The elections, for example, in Czechoslovakia or Hungary were heavily manipulated by what was then the Soviet Union. This is part of an overall attempt to exercise power in different ways, and they are quite pragmatic about exercising that power. They think, well, what's going to work? And so where they need military force, they'll attempt to use it, but where military force isn't available or isn't necessarily wise, they'll also try non-military force. And here in the Baltic states, I don't think anyone needs any reminder of the non-military methods that Russia uses against states in this region. And what happened then with in Moldova and with the immense efforts that Maya Sandu led was she really had a whole of society approach. She warned the people about Russian subversion. One of the greatest advantages that Russian subversion has, as we found in 2014 with Crimea, was the advantage of surprise. The good news is they don't have that advantage anymore. And if we can be clear-eyed about warning people of the dangers, that makes a significant difference. They were able to engage in using the instruments of the democratically legitimate state to ensure that criminal conspiracies were uncovered, that oligarchs who were subverting the political system of Moldova were, in one important case, particularly thanks to the cooperation of the Greek authorities, were brought to justice and are now undergoing a fair judicial process in Moldova. This shows how just because you have democratic procedures and civil rights doesn't mean you're neutral. It means that you use the rule of law to defeat the enemies of democratic systems, political participation, and freedom. They were able to do that because they have spent the last several years building up what I think someone has called very appropriately their critical democratic infrastructure. These are the institutions in civil society, in the media, in other areas, in political parties that together can protect our societies from manipulation and subversion. And in doing so, they managed to do it even though, under the Trump administration, the United States cut off huge amounts of money. And this is a gap into which the European Union, I think, ought to step. The question, of course, is how it steps in and how it does it in a European way. But it is a critical gap that the United States has left. And it's not unreasonable that we actually step in to help accession states and our own members preserve the democratic way of life that is guaranteed and expressed by Article 2 of the European treaties. And as we as we do that, let me turn a little bit to the more military dimension. I think if we're aware of the Russian assault on Ukraine, we're aware of the mysterious incursion in Estonia 2 or 3 days ago when some not very obviously non-Russian state people were hanging around a border in larger numbers than expected. We are aware of the overflights and the attempts to test or resolve from drones to cyber attacks that are occurring. But I think many of us in Europe have yet to put this into a full strategic picture, which is that everywhere along the front, from Svalbard, north of Norway, down to Burgas on the Turkish border, there are Russian attempts to probe and to advance where they can. And in response, we need a whole of continent defensive approach. We need to understand how to coordinate a response across the full length of the front, which, of course, includes Ukraine, it includes the Baltic states and Poland, and the Nordic countries, and use the fact that these countries are not alone. It's a vital part of European solidarity that the great founding member states of Europe, France, Germany, Italy are behind them, that newer member states like Spain and Portugal are also behind them. And I know that when the Partido Popular wins the next election, Spain will be steadfast in its support for our efforts, as it has been steadfast in support of the Western Alliance for all these years. And as we think about this, we need to think a little bit more about the military configuration. On the plus side, we have something like 2 million people under arms in European militaries. We have advanced technology. We have significant amounts of equipment, though not necessarily stockpiles of ammunition and consumable material. And so, but we do have to face this question of what happens if we have an unreliable, semi-cooperative United States. Traditionally, many countries in Europe, including many in the region, have, for good reasons, thought that the best anchor for their security was a strong transatlantic relationship. And I don't think we should go to the opposite extent and take a Gaullist position of trying to reject the United States. The American government and American people are not the same thing. Currently, our American friends are suffering under a particularly difficult set of circumstances that their administration is imposing upon them. But the American people have stronger moral and political resources. And I'm sure they will be able to restore democracy and the rule of law on their side of the Atlantic. But as we do that, we need to understand how we can not put ourselves in a position of dependence in front of a particularly capricious American leader. And to do that, we need to ask ourselves where are we particularly falling short in our defense policy? We have made significant progress. There has been, of course, the SAFE program, allowing loans to be arranged at cheap rates for countries that would otherwise face higher borrowing costs. There has been the EDIP. There have been many, many European initiatives. There is the Defense Readiness Roadmap. There is the drone wall, the sky shield, the air shield. But I would like to suggest that these are all a little bit passive in conception. In 1940, France, facing totalitarian attack, hid behind a Maginot Line and turned out to have been outmaneuvered. Now, there are certain tactical circumstances where a fortified defense is critical, and it should always form part of a defense policy. But we also need to think about how we impose costs on the Russian strategic calculus. They won't be deterred simply by walls and shields. They need to be deterred that the consequences of engaging a Europe that has rearmed will be every bit as serious as the consequences of engaging the NATO with a reliable United States component. And that means We need to reconsider our military strategy. We need to reconsider how we equip our personnel. We need to consider how we meet the equipment needs that our armed forces have. And I'll be relatively brief here, but the experience of the front in Ukraine can partly be extended towards an all-around European defensive posture. We can see how the front line there is now being held by Ukrainian and Russian drones. And this allows fronts to be held with far fewer personnel than used to be possible. And this is vital for Ukraine because their armed forces are severely stretched. It is less vital for Russia because their military tactics seem to be quite the opposite. Shove as many men into the front as you can, and more will always be found. But when we think of how Europeans defend ourselves and impose costs about Russia, it would be unwise to directly copy from that. Certainly, unmanned first-person drones are going to be important when we consider how to defend territory and how the land component of warfare happens. But one of the big things that's missing from the Ukrainian theater is air power and air superiority. The most important advantage of air superiority is speed. If you can obtain air superiority over your opponent, you're able to move faster, you're able to disorient them, you're able to confuse them. And this is how technologically advanced militaries, and we are, even without the United States, considerably more technologically advanced than the Russians. This is how these technologically advanced militaries are able to achieve advantages on the battlefield: speed, cleverness, intelligence, superior command structures that are better equipped for life in a democratic society, that provide sophisticated, well-trained officer corps that are able to have autonomy in their command, unlike the very centralized Soviet systems that Russia still applies. And when we think of this kind of battle, if we try and think of how would we fight the kind of battle that we would want to fight, that plays to European advantages and plays to the advantages of a free society, then we can see that there are a number of key gaps. The good news, particularly thanks to our friends in Finland, is that we probably don't have an overall gap in artillery pieces. We are actually able to match Russian artillery pretty much on an equal basis. Where we, however, do have some deficits are in air power if the entire European air forces are not involved. If, for example, we consider the Baltic, Polish, Nordic, and British air forces, then we'd be in a very tough situation unless Spain and Italy and France were also to join. We need to consider specifically the question of the suppression of enemy air defense. Russia has always expected the West to have air superiority, so it's invested in developing a very sophisticated air defense system. Mostly the systems to destroy enemy air defense have been American. And we need to particularly concentrate on the systems and missiles and uncrewed vehicles, a different type of drone, a more expensive and less numerous but more sophisticated kind of drone that would work with our fighter jets, how we use those to be able to impose costs on the Russian air defense system to suppress it and ultimately destroy it. And unfortunately, and this is a little bit more controversial, we also need to revisit the question of nuclear deterrence. At the moment, our nuclear deterrence is very, it's not very graduated. With France and the UK, we're able to destroy the world, but we need to think about how we can respond to the Russian tactical nuclear threat, because this is also going to be important in any realistic confrontation. If we can impose those costs, if we can do this effectively, it's very much in our capability, then I think we have a chance of deterring a Russian attack on the rest of Europe, because the attack overall has already started.
Thank you very much, Garvan. useful what you explained to us. Now we are going to Arunas Kumpis, that I think that for me it's the most important panelist today here in this panel, because you are a volunteer. You have had a direct and personal view of the war in Ukraine as a volunteer, and not only from distance, but directly from the battlefield. Based on your experience, tell us how far Russia is ready to go with conventional or hybrid means, and how can we better prepare our societies mentally, politically, and practically? And what role do you see for civil defense, public communication, and volunteer engagement in strengthening societal resilience across Europe? Because I think that today, a lot of all of us, we are common that it is clear that the society is prepared in the east and north border. But when we're talking about, the other part of Europe, me, for example, that I'm from Spain, we can see that our societies, they feel far away, the Ukraine war, what you are suffering with this invasion with drones of Russia. So I think that, your point of view as volunteer can help us to communicate better and help the society to understand what is going on in Europe. And everybody has to be prepared. And everybody, not just to be prepared, to help as a society our governments, to help Ukraine and to defend ourselves. So you have the floor, and thank you so much to accept our invitation to be here today in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. It's an honor to be here and to talk here to you. And yes, if you want to understand the intentions of possible aggressor, I think first of all you should understand how things aggressor. And I fought in Ukraine against Russians for 2 years, and I think I understand the Russians quite well. But who lived under occupation of Russian for many years, they now that you don't need to fight against Russians for 2 years to understand them. Everyone in Lithuania remember these years, and not only in Lithuania, but especially in Baltic states countries. And but in Europe, I see a lot misunderstanding concerning Russians, and it's popular to talk about Russia, about Putin, but not about Russians. And we should understand that Putin is only a result of society of Russia, and doesn't matter who is in Moscow, who rules. If society wants, there will be worse than Putin, and it possibly will be. If we look at history, we can remember after Second World War, there were many expectations that Europeans, Russians will see civilized Europe, and they become also the same or similar like Europeans. It was a mistake. And after in 90s, after Cold War, there was also many expectations that Russia become democratic, free society. And after this, there was war in Chechnya, war in Moldova, in Georgia, and finally aggression against Ukraine. And we should assume that Russia is not changing, and Russians are not changing. And one way to change situation and to change this country, it's defeat this country in battlefield. There are no other ways. We can remember from history also when we're talking about Nazis Germany. As I remember, there was 95% support of to Hitler from German society. And only after defeating Germany, Germans changed. And the same gonna be with Russia. But other ways, I don't see other ways to change Russia. And one more thing, let's face reality. We are already at the war with Russia. It's not a conventional war, hybrid war, but still war. And Russians say openly they are fighting against Europe and against NATO. We are denying this. We say that we are not fighting, but in reality, we are sending weapons to our friends Ukrainians. We are providing intelligence, and our volunteers like myself are fighting against Russians in Ukraine. So we're in war, at war, yeah. And talking about involving societies of Europe societies, my opinion is not popular, and I'm realistic. You know, there is a professor at Munich, of Munich University, Karl Marcel. He says when talk about possibilities aggression from Russia to Baltic states or Poland. There are three types of countries in European Union. First, who wanna fight. Second, who wanna negotiate. And third, who wanna not participate in this mess. So be realistic. This situation and concern about this situation, most we're talking about countries which have the same border with Russia. It's Baltic states, Poland, and Scandinavian countries. And when we are talking about Lithuania, I suggest to make agreements between these countries and more tight alliances. And second one, we should invest more in active defense lines. And of course, what we need to do, modernize our military and military armies. and implement unmanned systems units as soon as possible. And we should talk thought about air defense and so-called wall of drones. Because to fight against such threats like many swarms of drones from Russia, it's not effective with jet fighters. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your realistic intervention, because you have been there and you are from here, from Lithuania. Now, to conclude, before the questions, I want to introduce Rasa, a very good friend of mine. A lot of people, you know her. She's the head of the Lithuanian delegation in the EPP group in the European Parliament. She's a brave woman, strong, always, it's a fighter woman. And I can say that from the first day of the invasion of Putin in Ukraine, she take the flag of freedom in the European Parliament, and she helps so much to the rest of the EPP delegations, and not EPP, to the rest of the European delegations from another parties, from far away from the eastern and north border, to understand what was going on. And thanks to you, Rasa, and I want to say it in front of all the International Secretariat, thanks to you, all the EPP delegation, we are united, in not just in the EPP party, in the EPP group, to defend Ukraine, to defend our freedom, and to fight against Putin. So thank you so much, Rasa, for your incredible job and work every day in the European Parliament. Let me ask you to conclude. The European Union has been increasingly, today, this morning we already say, focus on strengthening its defense capabilities and building a strategy autonomy, especially in light of growing security threats on its borders. In your view, how can these European Union level efforts, such as the development of a common defense industry, joint procurement, or increased funding, complement and reinforce NATO's presence and deterrence on the eastern flank? So you have the floor, and thank you very much, and welcome to your country, because you are at home today.
Thank you.
Thank you to you to welcome us.
Thank you, Dolores. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding, for your work you are doing now in our group and also in the party as Secretary General. Look, thank you. Sorry very much that I was late, but you know my workplace is a little bit far away from this place, so 2 flights since the morning. But I came with a very good news, at least for 2 nations represented. They are represented here, and for the whole Eastern Partnership region, because today 2 committees, AFET and DEVE, voted to make a short list for Sakharov Prize to be nominated, and Andrzej Poczobut and Zia Maglobeli, imprisoned journalist in Lukashenko prison and in Bezina Ivanishvili, the same kind of dictators, Kremlin type regimes. They are in that short list, and I think they have the most possibility to be winners. And this is, I think, very important to mention and to be delivered to the rest of the Europe, that fights in Belarus or for European Belarus, fight for European Georgia, as Ukrainians are fighting, as Moldovans did, is exactly the same fight. It's exactly the same fight. And that's why we have to realize how important it is to support those nations in their fight. For us, for all the rest of us, and we Lithuanians, we feel this in a very direct way. How important it is, I will say the secret. For us, it's very pragmatic interest to have democratic zone at least more close to Smolensk, not 30 kilometers next to Vilnius. So it's our very, but of course, we are together because of the same values and because we know what does it mean to fight dictatorships. So my answer to your question, Dolores, is very short. Yes, of course. Yes, what you mentioned in your formulating your question, everything is there. Yes, everything is important for us. And we are heading in the right direction. I mean, European Union and Europeans. I would not touch upon all those details about EDIP, about Rearm Europe, about safe loans, about all those new projects. Andrius Kubilius will have intervention, his video record will be soon. We have our coordinator, EPP coordinator to SEDE, my good friend Nicolas Pascual, who also will speak in the next panel. So being the only from this panel, except you, of course, acting politician, I would like to take more on political importance of everything. You know, I have no doubt that we will soon see concrete results in the strengthening the EU's defense industry, as the legal framework for this is already being finalized. Of course, we have a lot of debates, a lot of tensions, everything, but we will manage to do this. Military industry, by the way, is the only place where we, according to our current treaties, we as European Union can directly intervene. Because you know that European Union never been a military organization. And for the first time in the history of the EU, we have a defense commissioner, our colleague and friend, I mentioned already him. I think his strategic thinking, you will agree, Dolores, you know how important was his strong will last term, will be very helpful. But this is a huge turning point now in European Union, a huge turning point. And not only have it appeared, but it have also become a priority. If you are following the latest Eurobarometer data, and they show that security has become the most important challenge for all EU citizens, not only for Baltics, not only for those who feel threat directly, but average, according to Eurobarometer, is #1 for the people. And here I will stop a little bit and say, answering your question, the Spanish people don't feel the same as we. You know, I see some shift, some changing point when Putin attacked Copenhagen. Sometimes, I mean, not attacked yet, but drones appeared in Copenhagen. Many colleagues in the parliament suddenly they realized that, look, it's something about us as well. Not only because many used already that Baltics, Poland, Finland, they are somehow a little bit, you know, like a tradition to attack them. But Copenhagen, it looks like Berlin, it looks like all other Western cities. So, yes, work is truly in full swing, I would say. But I would like to touch upon one narrative, which is, I think, not right. In Lithuania, as elsewhere, there is much anger and dissatisfaction that Europe has been asleep and has failed to take care of its security. You know, everybody says so, especially in Lithuania. We need to be very clear here. If we are talking about Europe as the EU, as Brussels, then such accusations are misplaced. The EU was not created as a military organization, never. NATO, created at that time in parallel, was a guarantor of hard security. With the involvement of the United States in the defense Europe, is like ABC, I'm saying. Everybody knows this. As the first leader of our restored state, Vytautas Landsbergis once said, after we joined both organizations in 2004, at that time for us was like this: NATO is about life, the EU is about a better life. So in this sentence, we can see all content of our intentions to join those organizations. But today, we are at an important turning point, and for us it's a challenge here in Lithuania, for our policymakers as well. You know, the statutes of the EU institutions contained before this large-scale aggression against Ukraine strict rule that no common EU funds could be allocated to military purposes. I remember myself when I was Minister of Defense, our defense spendings were so low. Other ministries, they were getting together, adding to the budget other, money from European Union funds, but never, ever military organizations or defense ministry. So now we are at a turning point. By the way, first time European Union used money for military purposes when Ukraine was attacked in 2022. We used European Peace Facility to use money for military purposes, common European money. Yes, and in this regard, I have to say that if those who are saying that European countries were sleepy, they are right, but we have to say this about European NATO member states. They were, NATO took decisions several times to increase budgets. The United States president, since long time ago, were urging countries, sorry, Spain as well, to do this as soon as possible, but nevertheless not EU. So now I am more convinced that we are on the right way, because EU is really made huge turn, and we are now, European Union, together with member states, the largest supporters of Ukraine. Without that, it would be no Ukraine at all. Sorry, but I know Ukrainians know this also very well. Of course, their bravery and their courage is everything, is cornerstone. But nevertheless, EU is the largest donor, including military, by the way. At the same level now, a little bit more than the United States, European Union money are, member states, not only European Union, and European as pan-European are coming to Ukraine. And now, what I wanted to say also, what is utmost important, maybe I too much concentrated on the past, but at that time, many countries were engaged with Putin's Russia, even after 2014. And although our ally and member of our party, Angela Merkel, remained trapped in this misconception until today. But I am so happy that today many EU political leaders acknowledge that such a policy was a huge mistake. Engagement with Putin was a huge mistake. And I think it's also allowed Putin to think that he will be able to take Kiev in 2 weeks, or something like that. However, at this point, we must pause and look at the little bit broader picture. The first and most important question for the future of our region: will we help Ukraine to win? This is strategy for one strategy and another strategy, Winning Ukraine is our future and our region future. And also, you know that wars are won first in the minds. I heard from you and from others, maybe not yet, but I think now we are at the turning point to understand that we must defeat Putin's Russia. We must. It's no other way. It was very difficult to say this half year ago in the Parliament. It was very difficult, European Parliament. Today we speak about this in our SEDE committee very openly, and members of Parliament from Spain, from other countries are saying exactly the same. We cannot only be in the position, to defend ourselves, but not to have strategy. Long-term strategy for European continent. It will be no long-lasting peace without our understanding and our mindset that we must defeat. We are much stronger than Russia, together with our partners. So this is, I see, one of the most important challenges also for our region as well. Until now, it was many of those in the capitals, especially those who have capabilities, they were afraid to crush Putin. We are blaming now, afraid of what Trump is doing. But look, if Biden and other leaders would be brave enough when Ukrainians pushed out Russians from Kharkov and Kherson, we would be today in a very different situation. But they were not allowed to do this, they were not allowed to do this, they were not given with necessary weapons at that time. We remember all, it's our. So it's new mistakes are done. So it's easy, of course, to blame and to say something when you are a small country without tomahawks and everything, but nevertheless, I think it's really, we have to change our mindset. And now, one thing, it was mentioned also that we already are at war. We already are at war, and this warns me mainly. I believe in our military. I believe that we will have enough resources. I believe that we will find money. I believe that our military industry will recover and we will have it as soon as possible. But I have a lot of concerns on our political level and on the mood in the societies. So it cannot be, it's like the same level of importance. We can have a lot of strong drone wall. We can have dragon teeth or tooth, I don't know how to pronounce, on the border. But if we will be taken from inside, if our political will be weak, if we will follow the same tragic, I would say, but not in the future, maybe it will be not the same Georgian example, where Georgia was taken from inside by Russian proxies. So that would be, I think, our defeat. So that's why this war is real war. And here I go to mentioning, many mentioned maybe already Moldova as a best example for us. We saw what was going on in Romania. By the way, we have problems here as EPP, as party here in Lithuania, when the same kind of people are trying to destroy our country, our institutions from inside, and I am very much concerned that we are also fighting here inside our country the same battle as Moldovans, as Georgians, as others are fighting. So, last point, what is most important? Weapons, strategy on military industry, and so on, enlargement. One of the reasons why Putin was allowed to go forward was Bucharest 2008. When European Union leaders, NATO leaders, member states, they at that time didn't understand how dangerous it is to leave those gray zones next to us. And that was like a message to Putin to grab. So now, today, Ukraine's membership is a huge challenge in EU. Without that, we will not have Belarus together with us. we will not have Moldova, we will not have Georgia and other countries. So this is our strength. This is the strength of our European future of European Union, to have it global and to have it really powerful and, most important, with long-lasting peace. So for that, we need strategy on Russia, not to be afraid to defeat Putin's regime. Then we will see. I still believe that Russians are not genetically imperialistic and colonial. Maybe it will be much more difficult to deputinize Russians than it was with Germany, to denazification of Germany, because it lasts for a long time. But it's our interest, at least. Not maybe democratic Russia as we understand, but at least non-aggressive, defeated Russia, which will be really for us our main security interest and of today. So my last point is that, look, today for us, for our region, Ukraine became as of the same importance for our security as the United States. It's very new, but it's very important. Without Ukraine victory, we will not be safe at all, at least in my lifetime. And that's why responsibility of our region is huge, and I see no other pan-European political force, only the EPP, that can take leadership on all these crucial issues that have fallen upon on our generation's shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rasa. I just want to add one thing on what you were saying about this good news that you are bringing from the European Parliament in AFET and in DEVE committees, supporting this Sakharov Prize for this Polish-Belarusian journalist. And we lead, EPP is leading this. But what we lead last year, we lead the Sakharov Prize for Maria Corina Machado. And after 1 year of that we lead as EPP, the Nobel Prize is for Maria Corina Machado. What is the meaning? That we won a very important battle against Putin, against all the dictatorships in all the world, because this Nobel Prize means that we won the battle of the freedom, rule of law, and democracy. So I'm sure that we are going to give the prize, the Sakharov Prize, again to our EPP initiative. And we have to continue, because I'm sure that Putin, Maduro, they are very, very mad with this Nobel Prize. And all this, it was led by EPP. So we have to feel proud as a party and as a group in the European Parliament, because we are in the right side of the history. And second thing, when you were saying about the Denmark, when the drones arrived in Denmark, changed the mind of a lot of people. And this is true, not just the Denmark, all the drones around Europe. Because last week, when we were in the plenary in Strasbourg, it was incredible, that debate, because it was the first time in all these 3 years in Ukrainian war that all the parties, less the populists, left and extremely right, but all the parties, we were agree in our discussion about Europe defense program. And it was amazing. It is a pity that the people has to change their mind because the drones arrive in our sky, but it is true that something is changing in the minds of all the European citizens. So we have to stand, we have to continuing to defend Ukraine, and of course to be prepared as a European Union. So now we have 40 minutes to have a discuss among us in this panel. So let's give the floor to the first voluntaries. Okay, let's go to Ukraine, of course. Here you have the micro. Okay. The Republicans.
Thank you. Maria Ivanova, European Solidarity Member of the Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you all for your statements, because we were looking for such statements during 11 years of Russian aggression. And again, just to remind that starting from 2014 till 2022, 16,000 people have been killed. And now it's hundreds, thousands people. And that is why my question is also, if it's possible to say such blitz answers, can you mention the 3 criteria for successful peace settlement, and also 3 things what Ukraine and the EU have to do? And I also thank you for your strategy that we have to defeat Russia, because we were fighting for this strategy also for many years, because we lost time for scenarios to appease Russia. And again, I think that we also have to be in common here that this war is not between Russia and Ukraine. This is our common war. And that is why altogether we have to defeat Russians. And I also kindly ask you not to waste time for good Russians, so-called liberal. Let's invest time to make more capable solutions for EU, for Ukraine, and for our common security. And also we have to pay attention, as also Russia has mentioned, for propaganda from Russia Federation in EU countries. It's also our challenges and threats together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do a first round on 3 interventions, and then the panelists, they can answer. My friend from Les Républicains.
Merci Dolores. Je vais profiter du multilinguisme pour m'exprimer en français. Et je voulais poser au panel...
Just one moment to translate to the panelists. Do we have interpretation for the panelists? Yes? How we can manage that? Okay, now it's coming. Do you need just
Maybe you
WhatsApp?
can take another question and I speak after.
No. Look, it's coming. Do not worry. French language, it's very nice.
Multilinguism.
Of course. We are in Europe, so we have a lot of languages, 24. No, I don't need. Okay, everybody's prepared? Okay. Let's go.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais vous poser comme question, hier le président Zelensky a publié un post se réjouissant du chemin de paix au Moyen-Orient et faisant une comparaison
with the peace in the Middle East and making a comparison with the tragedy of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. All wars that last either 6 days through to 100 days do end eventually. The difference in the Middle East is that the President of the United States had prepared a plan for peace. Do you think that there could be a plan for peace, a path for peace to come to bring to an end the aggression between Russia and the Ukraine?
Who else in this first round? Yeah, of course. Our friends.
Thank you. Lithuania maybe should not be too active and to give more possibilities to our guests. I want to remember the words of my colleague Rasa. Winning of Ukraine is our future. And perhaps most people in Europe, around Europe, would understand it in a direct way that for countries as Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, and so on, it's our future. But I would underline that winning Ukraine is for life, not only for our region, not only for countries bordering. Why? This illusion of geographic distance is not actual anymore. two reasons. One reason is technological, because technologies allow to make provocations even in Denmark. It's possible everywhere. But the most important reason is a real task of Russia, Putin, Kremlin, and having China behind them. Their task is to dissolve the West. They call us collective West also. You know? If, as Prime Minister of Finland said, if one fails, then everybody will fail because of this task, initial task, to dissolve the West in all aspects, in all physical, cultural, our values, and so on. And I simply want to ask, first of all, you, Mr. Walsh, as I understand, you are from Ireland? Yes. Yeah, far away from Russia. Is it possible to bring this understanding, this feeling to Europeans that times have changed because of these reasons? Technologies, I'm thankful that you mentioned tactical nuclear weapons. Thank you for this. But the task is really very, very clear and strong from not only from Russia, but from those who want to dissolve our civilization. How should we explain it to all West, including United States, of course? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I did a mistake because I have my watch in Spanish time. So I'm so sorry. It's not 4:15, it's 5:15, so we are out of time. I'm so sorry. So we are going to have just these 3 questions. I'm asking to the panelists to be short in the answer because we have to start to the second panel that we had to start at 5 and now it's 5 almost 20. So I'm so sorry because, you know, Spanish time. So who wants to start or who wants to answer these 3 questions? 1 minute each, if you want. Yeah?
I can start.
Okay, what? It's possible 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. You know, what will be the sustainable solution to this war of aggression? You know, not to give Putin anything he was asking for, because if he gets at least one piece, this will be a victory. What he wants, what they want, they pronounced this in Istanbul back in 2022 and recently. So-called demilitarization shall not be given. Instead, we shall be supporting and ensuring that Ukraine has a strong and capable military army. So-called denazification, elections, not at all. I mean, it is for Ukraine to decide, you know, what the government will be in the future and what will be the course. Putin's demand on no membership in NATO, we shall not allow this to happen. There shall be not only open doors, but also membership in the nearest future, because this is the biggest security guarantee for Ukraine. And final point on the territories. We shall not accept this as a kind of a solution to the war of aggression. If we do this, that would be a mistake. And for us, this is a sacred thing. I would call all the members of different parliaments to follow the Lithuanian example. The Lithuanian Seimas, on the 8th of May of this year, just after when the first ideas came up that, yeah, peace is here, but Ukraine has to give up its territories. The Lithuanian parliament adopted a resolution saying that we are not going to acknowledge any kind of occupation and annexation of Ukrainian territories by Russia, neither de facto nor de jure. If more parliaments do the same, that would be impossible for Putin and for Russia to really demand it, and for some, including for the American president, to say that this is a solution. So adopting resolutions of this nature would really strengthen Ukrainian positions in the future negotiations, and I would encourage all the members of the parliaments, different parliaments, to do this.
Thank you. Garvan, can you... Yeah, of course. Come on. Garvan, can you answer the question of our former MEP in Lithuania?
And I will answer, and I think I have an answer to all of them, actually. When the existing members of the European Union, extended European Union membership to the countries that had been victims of Kremlin imperialism in Eastern Europe since 1945 and in certain cases before, they incurred an obligation to treat those countries as first-class members of the European Union. And that means taking care of their security, and taking part and taking care of their security also means taking care of fundamental principles of international law, which is that countries get to choose which organizations they're part of, and that international borders should not be resolved by force. And that means if there is to be a peace process with Russia, it needs to recognize those fundamental principles. The territory of a country that voted 86% for independence in 1992 should be respected.
Thank you very much. And Rasa, the question of our friend from Republicans.
On Middle East, I am not expert, but of course in European Parliament we must know everything. But of course, hope is on the table. We know that in the past we had several times some kind of agreements in that region, I mean Middle East, Israel, and so on. But my understanding is like this. This attack against Israel and the war there is like a part of the same fight of democracies against axis of evil or vice versa, because Iran is behind, the same countries are behind those terrorist organizations in the Middle East, and Russia is interested so much and was interested so much to have such kind of second front line. So I still hope. But now on Ukrainian question, and also on enlargement, as both are very important. On enlargement, what I forgot to say and what is utmost important. As we have to change our understanding on not to be afraid to punish or to defeat Putin, at the same time we have to change our narrative and our understanding that not only Ukraine needs membership in EU, we need Ukraine. We need Ukraine, because Ukraine today, when we talk about armed forces of European or European armed forces, I imagine this project only if Ukraine will be part of European Union and they will be the core, the main backbone of our defense from the East. Because Russia, yes, it's not an easy process, but nevertheless, I believe that Russians are not genetically imperialistic nation. And I know Russians. Look, it's very easy to say no, but you guys in Ukraine, you are fighting for different Russia. You are fighting for their future. Because if we will make a peace and we will not have strategy on Russia to defeat Russia, and to change regime there by defeating them and by success of Ukraine, because success of Ukraine can make changes in Russian society, because they will believe on that. So without that, of course, it's not possible any change in Russia. But we have to have this strategy as most important issues to defeat Russia, to help Ukraine to win, and to have Ukraine in European Union as success story. Then I am afraid very much if peace talks happen and Putin will remain or similar like Putin in power, no changes will be in Russia, immediately we will have politicians in the West, they will be back to business as usual. And that will be the next step for the next war in European continent, as it happened with Hitler in 1938. So only when Germany, Nazi Germany, was defeated, at least at one big piece of European continent, we got long-lasting peace. So this is very, very, very difficult strategy, but no other way. I don't see any other way.
Thank you so much. And just 1 minute, Arunas.
Yes, thank you. To answer about sustainable ways to solve this problem. First of all, I totally disagree with Rasa about good Russians and about possibilities to change regime. All good Russians are fighting on side of Ukraine. Yeah, but only this, but not Russians who are in Brussels or who Russians just talking but not doing nothing. They are working just with permission of Putin. It's my opinion. And about sustainable ways, first of all, I think we should stop to finance Russia, because European Union buying items from Russia for 120 million per year. Yeah. Member states, yes. And second one, we should provide Ukraine with all what they need, and 0.5% of GDP from member states of Union, it would be investment in our future. And last one, we should participate in Ukraine at least for assuring free airspace. Yeah, free sky. Sorry.
Thank you. Bravo for all of them. We are late, but thank you so much to all of you. Let's go to the next panel, very quick. So the next panel, I'm asking to the panelists to come to the tribune. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs here of Latvia, Paviljonis, Vice Chair of Foreign Affairs Committee in Ukraine, Nicolás de la Parte, and okay. Okay, so we have Katerina, Baiba, Paviljonis, Katerina, Nicolás. Everybody's here? Yes. Okay, let's start. Yeah, I know. You are going to be the first one. So, of course. So, first of all, we are so late, and it was my fault, Spanish time. We have to finish 6 o'clock, and it is 5:30. But, let's finish 6:15. But I'm going to ask this time to all the panelists to be a little bit, shorter than before panelists, and then we can discuss among us. So I'm not going to do an introduction because I want to hear the panelists. You know that we are in the third panel, Shield of the East, Ukraine's strategic role in Europe's security and defense market. So I'm starting with our Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. In her recent speech at the European Parliament, Ursula von der Leyen stated clearly, we are in a hybrid war with Russia. Latvia, like other Baltic states, has long been on the front line of these hybrid threats. Can Ukraine, my question it is, Minister, can Ukraine, with its hard-earned experience, become a key partner in shaping Europe's strategic response to these non-conventional threats? And should Ukraine eventually be a full participant in joint European Union defense projects or even co-lead strategic initiatives in Eastern Europe? So you have the floor. Thank you very much to be here with us.
Thank you so much. I'm glad it was not your wake-up call for the airplane. But on Ukraine, I think we should really carefully take in the lessons that we can actually learn. There are really good military studies, non-military studies, election interference studies, and so on and so forth. And actually, one that you mentioned is on Russia's war doctrine. And when we speak about hybrid or non-military, it's actually, we sort of take it out of Russia's war doctrine. Russia's war doctrine is one. There is objectives, political objectives that Russia is trying to gain, and it can gain it with non-military means, which is cheaper, but if necessary also with military means. And that's what happened in Ukraine. And as Petro Poroshenko was saying today, it started in 2013 when Russia tried to prevent Ukraine actually closing association agreement with the EU. And that was a political objective that Russia was trying then to stop, and so on and so forth. So today is a crucial point. It will be a very difficult winter for Ukraine. And those non-military means are still there. And they will be directed at Ukraine's, whenever it happens, election process. But today it's actually directed at us mostly, at our support to Ukraine. And you saw public news that July, August was quite low in providing support to Ukraine. So that is something that deeply worries us. There is money in all our countries, there are resources, there is everything. And actually understanding that from November to February, it will be a difficult time on the front, and we shouldn't let the front break, while providing military assistance, non-military assistance, who can do what? Electricity generators, shelters, you know, there's everything that is needed. So it's a very practical approach that we in Latvia are taking, while taking on the lessons, making sure that the three main pillars of Europe's security are implemented, which is our own strength and security. So 5% spending for defense, as in our next budget. Second, weakening Russia and degrading Russia's military capabilities, which is not only sanctions, it's oil price, it's shadow fleet, it's a whole set of issues, and support to Ukraine. So, again, one warfare doctrine by Russia, Ukraine dealing with it, us learning, providing support, taking on the lessons, strengthening ourselves, and we will be okay, and Ukraine will be okay. But thinking that, oh, there is fatigue, or things are this, or things are that, no, it's all about action, and it's very relevant, especially now.
Thank you very much. Now I'm giving the floor to our friend Pavilionis, Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, head of the United for Ukraine Global Parliamentary Network. I would like, you know, as a leading voice, you are as a leading voice in the United for Ukraine Network, you have strongly advocate for Ukraine's swift European Union integration. Given the current political obstacles and a slow enlargement pace, we were talking in the panel before, what concrete steps should the European Union take to accelerate the process? And can Ukraine's integration into the European defense market serve as a catalyst for broader European Union accession? You have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to be brief and inspiring. It's enough to be lecturing the West. Well, I will remind that today, 47 years ago, John Paul II was elected. So our fight started 47 years ago. And you remember the words, do not be afraid. And he said it, you know, for the very good reason. You know that you are standing in some strange place that was ruled by our nobility, sapiehi, you know, who actually were defeating Russia many times. And you know that you are now actually in a Soviet military base that actually sent tanks to kill my friends from my own school at January 14 events, and now the biggest family is standing in that military base and actually speaking the way those, you know, representatives of nobility were speaking for centuries. Because John Paul II was saying that our old state was the medieval European Union. We created it. We created the whole axis from north to south, together with Italian families, Hungarian families, Ukrainian families, Belarusian families, Jewish families. We did it all. We combined, we even experimented with religions. We created Greek Catholic faith, for example. Look to old Vilnius, that's the center of it. So we did it, it's possible, but they were strategic. They had a vision, and they called evil, evil. So, you know, now, okay, let's transfer to the modern age. European Union. If you want to do stuff strategic, and I was deputy chief negotiator, first of all, you have to have a plan. Ukraine, Moldova, let's take it. Okay, do you agree that they can join us in 2030? Okay, let's have a plan. If you agree, it should be a calendar. We have to deal with this very specific. And first, sorry, French, remove that French strange obstacle for accession talks when you have double veto. I remember very clearly when I negotiated my membership, we had a veto to close the chapters only at the end. Well, French didn't like enlargement. 2 years before invasion, full invasion, they created this double veto. That's why we cannot open the clusters. And do you remember that in Valencia, we agreed on the paper saying, let's remove that obstacle. And only 15 countries today agree with that. So it means we're not working well. Let's work with our capitals, with our stupid governments that do not allow to move forward. And yes, let's talk about Hungarian cancer, because that's a cancer. I was recently in Berlin and I was talking with them. Guys, it's not only about legal instruments. What about your economic power in Hungary? Why don't you flex your economic muscles? Why don't you flex your political muscles? This guy, you know, he's sensitive to that pressure. Do you apply that pressure? Because if you wait 8 months until he's not elected, the cancer is spreading. It's even in Lithuanian body, it's in Central European body, it's in German body, it's in Spanish body, it's everywhere. And it's today empowered by, we didn't mention elephant in our room, by Mr. Trump. It's serious. So kill before it's spreading. And then we talked about defense. Yes, we have to call enemy, enemy. We have to agree that we have to defeat Putin's regime. And guys, we are 20 times more rich than Russians. We can put our money on defense. And yes, in answering to your question, if we do our European defense together with Ukrainians, we will be actually much more powerful than Americans. Because Americans are ready to fight the wars of the past. We are talking the wars of the future. And it's easy. We can do it in 1 year, more or less, investing into those fortifications. Well, not every country needs, you know, we, the frontline states, need it, but investing into anti-drones, in all the information stuff that we can do. And finally, when I was in Berlin, and they were kind of a bit critical about that drone wall, and they said, well, but you know why we are so critical? Because Russians are producing 1,000 drones a day. In a week, 5,000. If those flies are flying to Germany one day, we better kill the shooter. We help Ukrainians to develop long strike capabilities. We have to do it. Estonians are speaking about that. We are speaking about that. Because Russians should know, if they next time move, we can switch off all the lights in Russia very, very quickly, and we will do it. And the same with the rest of the strategy. Yes, that's why we have to take those frozen assets, because they have to know, next time they move, it will be very costly. But it's not enough. We are speaking not only about military deep strikes. Why we're not doing political deep strikes? Like you've been doing with your grandfathers during the Cold War. What about, you know, the different covert operations? What about information attacks? What about cyber attacks? If next time the drones are flying over, okay, Berlin, let's react immediately. For example, closing the access to the Baltic Sea for this shadow fleet. But reaction should be immediate. Russians should feel the pain. Until they don't feel the pain, they advance. So to conclude, I'm very optimistic. My best friend in this United for Ukraine team, you know, is Pablo Hispan. Spanish guy who was traveling with me not only to Kiev, but to Washington to lecture the Congress. Because, and I will finish here with what President Poroshenko is always saying. Guys, we have a problem with America, but this problem could be fixed. Nobody wanted my country in NATO. Nobody, except late Senator McCain, few Danes, few Germans. We worked so hard. We danced all the dances in America. We drank all the whiskey in America, and we did it. Finally, 99 senators voted in favor. That's the helioid of America. They're too democratic. We can work with Congress and fix it, and we will do it for Ukraine.
Vilnius, you have, you are inspiring us, and then, you are really realistic, pragmatic, and optimistic, and I love this kind of people leading. So thank you so much. Now, I'm going to Katerina. Katerina is the Director General, Tech Force Ukraine. Your association, Tech Force of Ukraine, embrace many Ukrainian defense companies. From your point of view, what are the main opportunities and potential challenge of integrating Ukraine into the European Union defense market? Are there existing legal, regulatory, or procurement barriers that are slowing down Ukraine's integration into the European Union defense market? If so, what reforms are urgently needed on both sides to unlock cooperation? So you have the floor, and thank you to be here today with us.
Thank you. So Ukrainian Tech Force, we are united more than 80 drone producers from Ukraine. All of these companies are private ones, and a lot of founders of these companies, they switched their career actually, because they used to be IT guys, they used to be engineers in civilian sphere, but when the full-scale invasion started, they started building arms. So for them, it's pretty hard to meet all bureaucracy even in Ukraine. That is why Ukraine is running like this deregulation about drone industry to make this market simple for new producers. So the same challenge is with European Union, because European Union is not procuring arms directly. We only could work with member states. And for Ukrainian company, it's really hard to understand all regulations in different member states. So from our perspective, it's really vital to build one system which will allow producers to work directly in one regulatory frame in order to supply member states with our drones. Because the issue is that Baltic states is not ready for drones, to meet drones from Russia. We see even when 5 drones are flying, it's really hard to strike them. I live in Kyiv. I have lived in Kyiv for all my life, and during the full-scale invasion, I experienced more than 100 drone and missile strikes in Kyiv. And it's really psychological attacks from Russia, because they're striking civilian town on Monday before people are going to their work, so that the society could not exist in these conditions. And sorry for me being radical, but I'm 1/4 Lithuanian, so I could speak from this part of my personality, that I don't want to see Vilnius occupied by Russians. And unfortunately, it's so possible. And I don't want Putin to have a chance about negotiation that, for example, he will provide Vilnius back if European Union will provide Donbass and Crimea to Russia, because it's not comfortable, not for Ukraine, neither for European Union. So it's our common problem, and Ukrainians, we have experienced how fight Russians with our technologies. I'm happy to see that Lithuanians are building drones. We see the one on the stage, but it's so important to test all these drones and all these technologies on the front line in Ukraine, because if it were not tested, you could not be sure that it would be efficient way to fight Russia attacks. So joint ventures, it's so vital thing for European Union. We as Ukraine, we are opening export right now. We are ready to export the technologies, to start production lines in Denmark. The one production line already was started there. We also have production lines in Poland, because part of producers before 2022, they started production lines in Poland and other states. So we are ready to cooperate with Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania in order for your people to be ready to use drones against Russia attacks. Because when I'm coming to the front line, the roads, they should be under special net. Because Russians, they strike civilian cars with journalists, with FPV drones. So you could not safely go there without like these special roads under the nets. And it means that FPV drones could be used in every civilian city in the European Union as well. So it's so important to be familiar with drone technologies. Because FPV drone is so easy to build. Like in Ukraine, each and every kitchen could be like a production line for FPV drone, and every child could build a FPV drone. But it also means that if these components will be in the hands of terrorists in the European Union, it's also a risk. And last but not the least, like Ukrainian producers, they still use a lot of Chinese components. Why so? Because unfortunately, Ukraine has a limit of budget for procuring arms. That is why Ukrainian drones should be so cheap. That is why Ukrainian producers are still using Chinese components. But we would love to use European components, American components. But for this matter, it really should be funding from European Union and United States. So Ukrainian producers of drones are ready to integrate components from Western world, but for that matter, we really need a funding.
Thank you so much. Look, I just want to say to you that, you know, you are so young. We are proud that you are leading this tech force. But, you know, you as a woman, young, from Ukraine, from Kiev, leading this tech force, and having all the young people, European young people in Europe, that they are having the news from the social medias. And I would like that all the young people in Europe to hear you in the social medias, because, you know, my son and all of our sons and daughters, they are taking the information that sometimes it's not information, it's disinformation and fake news from Putin. So, you know, we have to push young people as you, giving information in the social medias to all these young people in Europe to believe what you are saying. And everybody has to hear what you are saying. So, you know, congratulations for your brave and a strong speech. And it is true that Europe, and this is the reason that now I'm going to give the floor to Nicolas de la Parte, you know, we have to cut this bureaucracy. I mean, we are, you know, the union market. So if we are union market, means without burdens and without bureaucracy and more flexibility. And this is one of the problems that you just described. So this is a reason that now I'm going to give the floor to Nicolas de la Parte. Nicolas is from Spain. And he's the coordinator, EPP coordinator in the SAFE committee. So this is the reason that I'm saying to him, less bureaucracy, please, less burdens, please, because you are the legislative in the SAFE committee. But in the same time, Nicolas, it is the former Spanish ambassador in front of the NATO. So he knows a lot about security and defense. So, Nicolas, about you are now discussing, arriving in agreements about the European funds, like European Defence Fund, EDIP, or SAFE, are not yet fully accessible or reaching Ukraine industry in practice. You know, Katarina just explained to us. So in your view, what role should these European Union defense funding tools play in supporting Ukraine's defense sector, especially given its proven innovation and battlefield experience? And how can we unlock more effective cooperation, and how should European Union institutions adapt their process to better match Ukraine's urgent need for speed and flexibility and less bureaucracy? So I think that it is perfect that after Katerina, you are taking the floor to explain us how European Union, European Parliament, European institution can help better and faster to Ukraine. So thank you very much, Nicolas, to be here.
Thank you very much, and Dolores. And to talk, the last one has some advantages and some disadvantages. The advantage that before I answer to this question, or in connection with this question, I think that we have to make clear one thing. The war waged by Putin in Ukraine is not territorial, it's ideological. If we don't understand this, we cannot understand anything. He didn't march into Ukraine in February 22 in order to get some square kilometers. Russia has more than 70 million square kilometers. Putin is not going to wage a war for winning 200,000 square kilometers more. Obviously, if we give them the best fertile earths on the earth, the best coal mines, the largest European nuclear plant, he will take it. But he entered Ukraine to topple the regime, to topple Zelensky, to put a puppet in the government, and to make a kind of Belarus there, because he could not allow that a country neighboring to him could be prosperous, democratic, open, and a European country. If you remember when the Soviet Union imploded in December 1991, the per capita income from Ukraine was similar to Poland's. Nowadays, the difference is 7-8 times difference. This is the reason why Putin marched into Ukraine. And if we don't understand that, we cannot set up a real military response. We are in the progress of changing our mindset, as Rasa said, because this is the second idea I wanted to raise. Putin is not winning the war. After more than 3.5 years, and after 1 million casualties, you take into account the death, the injured, and the missing in action, is 1 million casualties, and he has not moved the front. It is a victory. It is a disaster military for Russia, a total disaster. Then let's make clear that he is not going to come to the negotiating table because we are going to change peace for land. It is not the solution. The solution is to bring Putin to the table because he feels that the cost of continuing the war is not really acceptable for him. How can we do that? That's the second question. Obviously, doing things much better. We come from a very, very low point. When Russia took Crimea in 2014, you remember, these small green men without any military signs. What we said to our Ukrainian friends, don't do anything, don't escalate the conflict, you are going to provoke Putin. I mean, we said, surrender. As simple as that, surrender, 2014, and that's why the small green men took Crimea free of charge. We put some sanctions, well, kind of sanctions that were totally overcome. But then it came the marching of Putin in February 22 into Kyiv. And what we said to Zelensky, we offer you political asylum, come to Washington, said Biden, and surrender. We said him to surrender, as simple as that. We could not imagine that the bravery and the courageous people from Ukraine, and I am happy that here is the president, and representing that they could save our liberty, our way of life, and our freedom. We are in debt with the Ukrainian people because we didn't trust them. We wanted them to surrender, and they didn't. Well, this is the whole truth. Yes. Then we offered them political asylum to Zelensky, not to fight. We said them to come to the
Latvia
US.
provided stingers to Ukraine 10 days before Putin marched into Ukraine. And with those stingers, Kiev held, Hostomel held. So don't tell me that we gave up on Ukraine.
I mean, that's what I...
Let's do one thing. Nicolas is going to finish your intervention, and then I'm going to give the floor to the minister, and let's start the debate because the organization, the museum, is waiting for us, so we can do the discussion until 6:30. So we have 30 more minutes.
He wanted the blitzkrieg of 1 week, and now he has a war of attrition of 4 years. This is reality. Full point. Then, if he is in a war of attrition, he has done a very miscalculation. Actually, all the wars are miscalculations. The First World War was a miscalculation, the Second World War was another miscalculation, and the war in Ukraine is another miscalculation. Then we had to bring Putin to the table, negotiating table, if he feels that the cost of the war is unacceptable for him. And for that, we have to change our mind. We are in a mindset of defense. For instance, the drone war. The drone war is to protect ourselves. It's perfect. We have now the Sentinel, we have now the Eastern strategy and the drone war to protect ourselves. But it will not deter Putin to continue attacking if we only defend ourselves. We have to set up a credible deterrence against Putin. How do we set up a credible deterrence against Putin? I mean, feeling that he feels that we have a reaction. Not only that we protect ourselves always, but that he will feel the consequences of attacking us. Putin has marched into Ukraine in an all-out war and has declared Europe a kind of hybrid conflict. This is the reality. What do we do then? We expect to be attacked with sabotage, with drones, with cutting of the undersea cables, massive interference in our elections, massive information, disinformation campaigns, hybrid threats. What we are waiting for? I mean, he can choose the moment, the place, how to escalate or de-escalate the conflict. When you use hybrid threats, you have a great advantage because you have the initiative and you can decide whether to escalate or de-escalate and how to do it. When you are the victim of a hybrid war, you are in a very disadvantageous position because you don't know either the intensity, nor the purpose, nor the final objective of this attack. Then you don't know how to react. If you are underreacting, you lose. But if you overreact, you provoke a war that probably you don't want. This is the real advantage of Putin, that he has the initiative in the last 4 years. And we are only saying ourselves to defend. Actually, when we deliver our equipment and our weapons to our Ukraine friends 3 years ago, was not to use them in Russia, with a lot of restrictions, military restrictions, logical restrictions, bureaucratic restrictions. Now we are changing our mind, and we're allowing them to also to attack the legitimate military targets in Ukraine, in Russia, where there are deposits, where there are infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Now, after 3 and 4 years, should we have allowed them to do so from the very beginning, I think that at this point in time, we will be in a very different situation. Then, we are in a process of changing our mind from totally surrender to the offensive, and now we have to pass on to the offensive. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I'm going to give the floor to the minister, but just one thing, you didn't tell us anything about Edit. Then, after the minister, I'm going to ask you, because, you know, the Ukrainians, they want to know if we are going to reduce the bureaucracy, we are going to be fast, and we are going to provide these funds to, to give more to the Ukrainians. So, Minister, you have the floor.
I'll tell you the story from my NATO times when I was Assistant Secretary General during the war, when the war started. And from the summer of 21, when Russians ran the big exercise and they left significant capabilities at Ukrainian border, it was very clear what was coming. And that's why the intelligence agencies, the assessment, both, the military, civilian, and everything, worked very closely together to provide that both intel understanding also to Ukrainians. And Ukrainians knew what Russians were doing, as well as we knew what was happening. And that's why gradually, when Russians were moving certain other capabilities closer to Ukrainian border, those assessments were also made public to make sure that our societies don't repeat what happened in 2014 when we were not ready. When we didn't know, we had people around the North Atlantic Council table questioning whether those really green men are Russian. So that mistake was corrected by increasing readiness, changing NATO's military strategy from out-of-area operations to collective defense, which meant the change of the whole command structure, the readiness, authorities to secure Supreme Allied Commander were given before the war started. So if necessary, he could move troops, if necessary, do other things. And nations transferred the authority of command of their contingents in the border countries to Sakir, so that he could do whatever was necessary. So we were ready. And when the war actually started, what was done was to convene legal advisors of NATO countries to make sure that everybody understood that principles of neutrality don't apply after the UN Charter was created, because the principle of self-defense overrules the principle of neutrality. So Article 51 of the UN Charter, remember, Ukraine went to the UN Security Council, Russians vetoed, so it went to General Assembly, and Ukraine could apply the Article 51, which is the right for individual or collective self-defense. And allies then knew that providing military aid to Ukraine didn't make them party to the war. And it was also clear that hitting legitimate military objects on the Russian territory with those arms didn't make parties a party to the war. Didn't make countries party to the war. So it was very conscious and very consequential process, which was not seen from the outside, which is fine, but it was preparation, 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 led by NATO military. And Ukrainians were a very close part of it. And that's why we felt comfortable already before the start of the war, providing literally everything we had. It made a difference. And that's why we still provide literally everything that we have, both military and non-military. About 1% of GDP, if not more, goes to Ukraine in various capabilities, because we know it makes a difference. And that works for all. But also, what I would like to say is that Russian war doctrine, if we think that Russia doesn't have objectives in our countries, each of our countries, it does. And of course, they currently use the cheapest tools, the non-military tools, to achieve those objectives. And they are fragmentation of political center, they are liquidating, possibly as soon as possible, established political parties, creating amorph, whatever types of groups who take power, leave power. You cannot require any accountability or responsibility from them, and so on and so forth. But then also making sure that actually the society is so split and so arguing among themselves that the governments and parliaments are not able to decide on something. So it's chaos that Russia is looking for in our countries. And when you look back at that and think about the cyber, it's not expensive. The information attacks, hack and leak, and so on and so forth, it's constant. And it's happening across the board, everywhere. So on our side, we have to be ready. We have to be out there with various social groups, with women groups, with non-governmental organizations, with media, with influencers, to do it in a completely different way. It's not the 8 o'clock news on the TVs that make a difference anymore. So that readiness, exercising, running actual exercises, preparations, crisis, civil defense, and so on and so forth, that makes you ready. That makes you prepared also for nature catastrophes, but it also prepares your mindset for possible crisis of other nature. So, and that is where we are. That's why, for us, yes, it's about Ukraine, but it's as much about us. It's as much about us. And yes, I agree. Ukraine has done very well with the war in terms of Putin has not achieved his objectives. Ukrainian language is stronger than ever, Ukrainian identity is stronger than ever, political nation is stronger than ever, democracy, objectives, joining EU, NATO stronger than ever. He has failed. Taking 1% of Ukrainian territory this year, and actually it's 1.2 million, not anymore 1 million, that are killed and severely wounded. It's not invincible Russia, it's a loser Russia that we are dealing with. So we are well equipped to deal with that. So, yeah. yes, we are safe, we are secure, we are strong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have 25 minutes. Nicole, you have to leave. So I think that we have to applaud our minister, of course. And thank you so much to be here today with us. Pavlinius Nicolas de la Parte asked me the floor. And let me show your hands if somebody wants to intervene. But I just want to say that to conclude this panel, we have the speech video of our Commissioner of Defense, Andrius Kubilius. So we are going to finish 8 minutes before because we want to hear him as the conclusion of today. So, Pavlinius Nicolas, our friend from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and I don't know if somebody else wants to intervene. Okay.
Yes, maybe continuing the same line like Rasa defending EU with regard to NATO. You know, I was in Bucharest NATO summit. I was then deputy foreign minister. And we failed like NATO in 2008. If we wouldn't fail, if we would extend NATO to Ukraine and Georgia, nothing of it would happen. NATO failed not only because of America then, we know it, but now what EU does and what it could still do, because I believe, like also I think Defense Commissioner believes, because we are very Euro enthusiastic there. Why? Because look to Lithuania. We were poor, we were occupied, now we are rich as never before, we are shining freedom, and we know that you can do it. So what we would love to do, I think we have to go further. Safe is just a first step. What about defense union, guys? I remember the enthusiasm and also before resistance, before we created EU common energy policy. You know, when Merkel was still making, and you know, Steinmeier, and Schröder's were making big deals with Russia. Now we have zero Russian gas and zero oil in this country, and actually we export it. So let's do the same with defense. Our industry is so fragmented. Only 20% of stuff, military stuff we buy in EU, 80% in America. But I was ambassador in America for 5 years. I know that this country is soul searching. Well, we should try to do what we can, but until now, we didn't. You know, in America, we have 25 million of Central and Eastern European descent. Every third is German, to be honest. You know, let's flex our muscles. Let's convince, you know, let's make those missions to America, to White House, like, you know, we started to do, and let's try to fix it. But we might not. Something, you know, in America might not work. So let's build our military muscles together with Ukrainians. Because it might be the case that we will be the only liberal democratic unity family that defends, you know, this soul that John Paul II was speaking, is defending. And if we do it with Ukrainians, it's not only Ukraine. It's Moldova, it's Georgia, it's Armenia, it's Mediterranean, it's half of Africa, it's half of Latin America, it's our beloved Cuba, because, you know, those guys are sending 5,000 people to fight. It's very close to Miami, it's 100 miles only. So we can do it by defeating Putin in Ukraine. We can save, as Europeans, 70% of the world problems, and then Americans will come. You will see. When we solve it all, they will come, applaud, because as Russians, they respect only thing, strength.
Bravo, Pavlinius. Now, Nicolas.
Well, we were so prepared, according to the minister, that after 3.5 years, the Russians sent some drones and we don't know how to respond. This is our preparedness. This is our preparedness. I mean, we cannot counter some drones made of wooden and of foam with some explosives and very primitive infrastructure. This is our preparedness. We are not prepared because we don't anticipate anything. We respond always to Putin, and we were always one step behind. Okay, then, answering to the question that I should have as well, I mean, the first thing we have to do is to learn from our Ukrainian friends. I mean, they are putting down 60 or 70% of the drones coming from Russia. They know how to do it. I have been there a couple of times, and I see younger students that are communicating to the soldiers on the front the new technologies in order to counteract the Russian drones. they install in pickups some very simple mechanisms in order to put the Russian drones down, and they are able to do so at a very high level, 60–70%. We in Europe, we're not able to do that. Then we have to learn from the Ukrainians, not to say them how to fight, but to learn from them. Second, obviously, you need our whole support, financial support, and the money will come. I mean, the money is there. I think that the consciousness of our European leaders have changed. We have the 800,000 million euros divided into 150,000 safe, 650,000 states joint programs. We have also the next MFF, multi-annual financial framework, which provides for 131,000 million euros for defense, 5 times more than now. It's not a question of money. We have much more money than Putin. It's not a question of money. It's a question of willingness, political willingness and cooperation. Once we have the drone wall there, what do we do with that? Who will take the decision? Who will take the decision to put down Russian drones or Russian jets? We don't have any military authority here in Europe to do so. We have to do first, because the drone wall will be set up not before the end of 26, when 1 year time, the initial operational capabilities. The total operational capabilities will be ready only in 27, in 2 years' time. In addition to this wall will not cover us, will not guarantee that the Russians install in the shadow fleet their drones and they launch the drones into Europe, circumventing the wall. It's not a matter of walls, it's a matter of readiness to engage in the war we are facing together with our Ukrainian friends. And that means that we have to set up as quick as possible a central command in Europe, military command. We don't have, we have the military staff, 400 people there. We need at least 10 times more generals, politicians engaging in what is a general staff, general headquarters. We don't have. Second, we need an integrated military structure of command, unique. We don't have in Europe this structure of command. Without headquarters and without this structure of command, we cannot wage any war. As simple as that. We have to depend entirely on NATO. It's not a bad solution, but then I think that we have to advance in parallel, it's complementary, in a more Europeanization of NATO structures and decision-making process, and to set up the structures in Europe for having a Europe of defense. The money is there, but the structures are not there. And these are the most important thing. And I think that we have to support you without any kind of limits concerning the equipment that we deliver to you, no restrictions, and to learn from you, and to integrate your army, which is the best performing army in Europe, by far, the Ukrainian one, into our structures. It will take time, but the interoperability and the standardizations of our weapons will be a matter of relevance. At the end of the day, we have to be able to have a kind of coordination between our armies, our industry, standardization of products, and decision-making process. It will take time, but action, quick action is needed.
Thank you. Now, our friend from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Thank you. My name is Seda Dedic, International Secretary, SDA Bosnia-Herzegovina. Part of the topic is European resilience. And at the beginning, I want to underline thanks to EPP and all parts of EPP for support of Bosnia-Herzegovina, because stability of Europe and European Union is directly connected, especially in this communication and circumstances with Putin's influence. It's connected directly to Bosnia-Herzegovina, because Bosnia-Herzegovina, as you know very well, is one of the targets for him. He is following any moment to get any kind of destabilization, to open other problems in Bosnia-Herzegovina. So, to be very concrete, there are a few dangerous processes what's happening in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Even there are some voices from European institutions who are attacking Dayton Agreement institutions, like it is the Constitutional Court and the High Representative Office. Dayton Peaceful Agreement, despite all problems what we have, brought stability, brought peace. And there are some voices that we need to expel international judges as a part of Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina. There are 9 judges, and the 3 are suggest of International Court of Human Rights. So if we want Bosnia in Europe, we need European law present there, through European international judges' presence there. We need European law presence there. There are some voices who are talking, you need to talk it by yourself, but they are not talking about democracy or Bosnia and Herzegovina sovereignty, but they want to make institution as Constitutional Court weak, that they can make problems. Other attack is on the High Representative Office. It is office because we have to have in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because our law system is not result of law science, it is a result of stopping genocide, stopping aggression. And High Representative we have to have in its capacity, according to Dayton, till the moment we are becoming EU member state. And the third very problematic thing what's happening these days, that President of Council of Europe, Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina, is in public space that will suggest for the chief for negotiation for Bosnia and Herzegovina to EU, you know who? Advisor of Mr. Milorad Dodik, who is a very well-known proxy of Putin in Bosnia and Herzegovina. EPP should urgently act about these questions. And please, I ask you to protect resilience of European Union by protecting all Dayton Agreement institutions, as it is a Constitutional Court, High Representative Office, as it is as a part of Dayton. If we change it, if we make it weaker, it will be destabilization, it will be open space for Putin and other forces from outside to make destabilization of Europe and Bosnia and Herzegovina generally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any else asking the floor. So to this intervention, if some panelists wants to answer, and then we are going to the video of our commissioner, and for today finish the panels. So,
thank you very much. I think that the rapprochement of Bosnia to the European structures have to be speedy, actually, because we don't have too much time in order to bring you into the European family. We have now a challenge because Russia wants to occupy all the spaces that the European Union leaves behind. We cannot allow ourselves to have a black hole in the Western Balkans, and Bosnia and Herzegovina is a good example of doing things well in your party. How to approach Europe is to alienate with our foreign policy, to have permanent contact staff to staff, not only politicians, but also technicians, to try to harmonize our decision-making process in defense and security-related matters, to exchange practices and to make joint drills. I think that's the best and quickest way for us to incorporate you in our structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now the video of our commissioner. I know that...
Dear friends, I regret I cannot be there with you in the country I know best. But I am glad that at least in this way I can contribute to your discussion. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called Ukraine our first line of defense. And this is very true. After the Russian provocation with 20 drones violating Poland's airspace, President Zelensky said that Russia sent 92 drones to Poland, but Ukrainian air defenses shot down most of them. So Ukraine is already now defending the European Union, not just our common values, but our EU border. And every Russian drone, aircraft, ship or tank which Ukraine destroys will not one day threaten the European Union. Ukraine's brave resistance gives Europe time to build our defense readiness. And that is why we need to be deeply grateful to Ukraine. We are building our defense readiness with the speed and volume of a real big bang. With our new financial instruments and NATO pledges to spend 3.5% for defense, we shall have the possibility to spend for our defense during the next 10 years around 5 trillion euros. That is a real big bang. But while we all agree to spend 3.5% on our defense, to ramp up our defense readiness, we annually only spend 0.1% of GDP to support Ukraine. And that does not make any sense. Because Ukraine is our first line of defense, this defies military logic. The only way to convince Putin to stop the war is to show that he will not achieve anything. And for that, we need to radically increase our military support to Ukraine. That is why the reparation law, based on frozen Russian assets, with the possibility to strengthen Ukraine with 140 billion euros, can be a real breakthrough to peace. The same with safe loans, which member states can use to produce weapons and equipment in, with, and for Ukraine. Ukraine can also help us and has much to teach us. Ukraine's air defenses destroy 80% of targets. Ukrainian drones destroy 80% of targets on the ground. As the Russians cannot move, deep strike drones chased the Russian fleet out of the Black Sea and devastated the Russian strategic bomber fleet and oil refineries. So it is clear that we must build the regional Eastern Flank Watch and European drone wall together with Ukraine and including Ukraine. So we can learn from Ukraine's battle-tested experience, like we are already doing through the joint Brave Tech EU platform, which fosters cooperation between EU and Ukrainian defense companies and startups. Ukraine paid a very high price for this knowledge. For us, it's better to learn those lessons now in order to deter aggression, not after we shall face aggression. A good example of those lessons is a very valuable concept of drone wall drafted by the leadership of Lithuanian Homeland Union together with Lithuanian volunteers who are helping Ukraine on the front line. Wars a read. It's not enough to have only material defense readiness, enough tanks, artillery, drones, etc. It would be a total mistake not to integrate Ukraine into our defense readiness immediately. That is why we need to take care of our institutional defense readiness. While the United States is pivoting more and more towards the Indo-Pacific, it's time for Europe to take responsibility for our own defense. It's time to build an European Defense Union, a new security architecture for Europe, which must also involve Ukraine, together with the United Kingdom and Norway. Not only because Ukraine is part of our European family, but also because there are now only two fully mobilized, battle-tested armies in Europe, Russia and Ukraine. As I said before, the Western support for Ukraine is now not strong enough. This is because of two fears which arrest our political will. The fear that Russia will escalate if we shall strengthen our support to Ukraine, also the fear that the Putin regime can collapse if Ukraine will decisively win the war with our support, and the fear that what comes after Putin will be worse than Putin. Those fears limit our political will to support Ukraine. Ukrainians are paying with their blood the price for our fears. These fears are a consequence of our inability to have a broader strategy on Russia and the whole eastern part of the European continent, which suffers the most from Russian imperial aggressiveness. We need to understand that supporting the success of Ukraine is our single most important tool in our strategy towards Russia. To make sure Russia will not remain an imperialist power, the biggest threat to peace on the European continent. The success of Ukraine has the power to inspire. Success as a democratic European nation, prosperous and free and at peace. A successful Ukraine can show the Russian people there is another way than the Putin way, and that Russia can return to normality, abandon aggressiveness, and choose peace. And that is why the success of Ukraine can ensure Pax Europea, lasting peace on our continent. Success of Ukraine depends on us, on our military support to Ukraine, and on our political will to open the doors for Ukraine's membership to the EU. That is how the success of Central Europe was created. A strategy for lasting peace on the European continent demands from us to have an ambitious strategy on Ukraine, and on peace in Ukraine, and on Russia, and on European Defence Union. In development of such strategies, the EPP needs to take the role of intellectual leadership, as it has always done. Thank you. I wish you a very productive discussion, a very successful political assembly, and a very enjoyable stay in my country.
Thank you so much. So, today we just conclude today's sessions and invite you to join us for the evening program, which begins just right now with a transfer by the bus to the dinner venue. I just want you to know that we have the first bus for everybody, but the MEPs from the European Parliament, they have the second bus because they have another side event after this event. So you have to take the other bus. So first, we are going to go to the National Gallery of Art, and then we are going to the dinner that kindly offered by our host, our party here in Lithuania. And, take time to relax in this dinner all together. Thank you so much, and see you now.